Welcome back, one and all, here to the Umzansi Esports League. The fifth season continues as we are still trying to determine who is the best of the best within the African continent, who is going to climb the mountain and declare themselves champion in this fifth season, where we are trying to see who is number one in the FIFA22 side of things, as well as their best squad within PUBG Mobile. And all that action resolves here on the broadcast, and we still have several weeks of it to go, so you certainly do not want to miss any single second of it. This is the fifth week. We are getting closer and closer to that championship Sunday where we really will be determining who is number one out of all of this. But of course, before we get fully ahead of ourselves, we still have to resolve this here league format. And of course, to help me do that, I'm going to be joined by Aero OG as well as Tendo Plays. Gentlemen, yesterday we only had one game of FIFA. Today we're certainly going to have two. Aero, are you excited about having the double header back again after a week that we had off last time around?
Yeah, no, today it's going to be fun and packed. I mean, yesterday we had the action for us, but I wanted more. I wanted more to eat for the evening, and now we get to have back-to-back matches over here. So it's going to be quite interesting.
It's certainly going to be quite interesting. Tendo, now that we are going to be having this double header yet again, this is also somewhat crunch time, right? Only 2 weeks will remain of the normal league format after this. So if you can't make your mark on the league standings today, right here, right now, it's pretty much a wrap for you, isn't it? So how much are you expecting these players to come out of the gate swinging on this occasion this evening?
And I think today is an interesting day because if we look at the matchups that ought to come up, it's when you're reading a book and you get to that pinnacle point, right at that pinnacle point, it's sort of a chapter right now that is about to be written, and it might make some history because the game that's happening later on is going to be quite interesting against two people who are competing for top of the table. And it isn't really the two people that we were thinking would be talking about in the beginning of the season. We're seeing some new light shine through. So, Snare, I'm really excited to see what happens today.
Well, we have an asymmetry of information here because, of course, we are aware of who's coming up on the evening, but let's let everybody at home know the same. So looking at the schedule for the day, everybody needs to be aware that, as always, we start with FIFA 22 before moving over to the PUBG Mobile side of things. And, of course, today's matchup, Tendo just mentioned the second one, how important it's going to be Mobizilla versus Bobo Beast, a matchup that was 100% going to determine who's at the top of the table at the end of this week's proceedings. But this opening game here, Aero, I feel like the preamble I had just now about this being do or die, there's nobody it applies to more than Darth Mayhem. He's taking on Divac in a situation where Divac wants to try and climb himself out of this sort of mid-table scrap and actually get into the top four so he can potentially participate in the playoffs. But if Darth Mayhem loses this one, there is literally no hope of him doing anything more than coming seventh, which means that he's guaranteed to be involved in a relegation scrap if he can't come up with a result today.
No, definitely. So these two players right now are literally coming in with gun blazing football, and I can't wait to see exactly what we're going to be seeing in terms of Divac's performance as well as Darth Mayhem. Darth Mayhem has yet to show why he has come back again into the Umzansi League here. I mean, he's had a rocky start to his debut, but his second season here is just a even further downfall to his sort of career in the Umzansi Esports League. So Darth Mayhem, if you're here getting warmed up for your match, I'm wishing you the best of luck because you need this win more than anyone else in the Umzansi League.
Without a doubt, he does need this win. And he doesn't need this win just for the sake of his confidence, because there's a reason why all the best FIFA players have gathered here within the Umzansi Esports League. They have gathered to compete to be number one, but also to get a slice of this sweet, sweet prize pool, $2,500 that we are going to be awarding within the FIFA 22 segment. Of course, within PUBG Mobile, $17,100 going in that direction. However, Tendo, when I just look at this, right, if you come fourth, that's the threshold for getting yourself into playoffs. $250 guaranteed if that is your aim, right? But the fact that it literally is a doubling between being involved in the playoffs and not. Everybody gets a piece of the money. We've often talked about how great it is that we distribute the money in this way, which is true. However, it really, really hurts your pocket if you can't get yourself into that upper echelon properly.
Yeah, it really does hurt your pocket. It hurts your mental. It hurts a lot of things as a player when you see what you can achieve and then you end up somewhere where you're falling a little bit short. So, I mean, if you're any of these players right now, especially in this really crunch time of the season, you almost have to look away from the money and just try play for that win. Try play for glory, a little bit of pride as well. And I mean, that's exactly what Darth Mayhem is going to have to bring on the table today, right? He's going to have to shy away from looking at finishing the league at the top. For now, he just needs to try finish a couple games off, you know.
Yep. And speaking of those games, we're going to be seeing exactly how the games up until this point have resulted in these players' standings, because this is where it really comes down to the wire. The 5th week here does mean that everybody after today will have played their 5 games. Masoom, of course, is sitting very pretty at the top of this leaderboard, sitting with 12 points plus 4 on the goal difference. However, his position is not very secure whatsoever. The 2 players that are chasing him, Bobo Beast and Mobizilla, both of them are in action later today against one another. So that means that the winner of that matchup will automatically leapfrog Masoom, given that they both have a better goal difference than the Goliath Talisman. Of course, Julio the Beast Bianchi not looking as hot as we thought he might be coming into the tournament, sitting on 9 points and plus 4 goal difference. But the players in question for the first matchup here, Aero, Divac in 5th with 6 points, -1. Darth Mayhem, 0 and -10. Obviously, we've spoken about how much danger Darth Mayhem is in. But Divac, if he's able to claim this game, there's a possibility, depending on what the scoreline looks like, that he could actually leapfrog the Beast Bianchi and find himself in that top 4 position going into these last and very, very crucial final weeks.
I mean, that would really be quite the competitive, top 4. If you have the likes of Boba Beast, is very quite new in the Umzansi League over there. And then you have your Mobizilla, Mosam, and maybe Divac, but then a lot of questions will happen in the FIFA community. What happened to Beast Bianchi in this season over here? Where was he? So honestly, it could bring in a whole new chapter of a storybook here for the FIFA community, but it's also somewhat one that cannot be written right now.
Really does depend on how these results go here today between Divac and Darth Mayhem. Of course, Darth Mayhem, as Ero has mentioned earlier, is not his first bite at this Umzansi Esports League cherry. He's been here before, hasn't necessarily enjoyed success in his runs in the past, and of course, having been a luminary since season number 1, has defeated Darth Mayhem in the past, so he's not going to be worrying too much about this matchup given their history. However, Tendo, we have seen in this very season of the Umzansi Esports League, as evidenced by the fact that Bobo Beast and Mobizilla are at the near top, we've seen the cost that underestimating your opponent can have on the gameplay, can have on the result. So Divac, despite having the history of being favored in this matchup, literally cannot afford to let this one be something that he doesn't give his full effort towards, because if he does, suddenly he might be out of that playoff scrap at the very end of it.
Yeah, and it's going to be an interesting matchup, I think, that we're going to witness here, because something yesterday was foreshadowing this matchup a little bit. It was, Young Savage being unable to play. All of a sudden, he doesn't gain any points this week. And now, he's sitting at 4 points. This win for Darth could be really big if he can clench it out. And I mean, look at Divac, guys. Let's be honest. He hasn't looked great this season. He could improve here and there. And I mean, if Darth is really here to show up for the game, it could spill a little bit of trouble for Divac. But I mean, I don't know. It could go any direction.
It really could go in any direction. However, it is up to the players to make sure it goes in a direction favorable towards them. I'll be kind today and not even ask y'all for predictions. Instead, I'll just send you directly into the game, because we are ready. The first leg right here between Divac and Darth Mayhem is on the cards. Our premier casters of Tendo Plays and Aero OG are ready. Get into the game, boys. Bring us the hype, and I'll talk to you afterwards. Good luck and have fun.
Oh, so Tendo, you're gonna let me do this and tell you about the game we have on our hand. It's Darth Mayhem versus Divac, both very clinical matches we have on our hands right here, because it's a game where Darth Mayhem wins means that he's may potentially clinch his way out of the relegation phase. I mean, if you look at Young Savage right now, if he does not get further points as well, and we have some victories in the bout here for Darth Mayhem, then it would be good for him over there. But the likes of Divac as well, bringing in the pressure today means a lot for him, because it means he can then make playoffs in a sense that he could potentially have more goal difference than Beast Bianchi. But there's still several weeks left over here, and I so much to talk about.
So much to talk about.
Oh!
Opens it up with Neymar. Okay, I was about to comment on, for Divac, this is a very crucial game for him to really show us what he's got. He's really got to be in this one to show off, right? Because he's in our radar all the time. And look, Divac, when he shows up, he's a great player. He can compete with the very best, and he has an opportunity, like you said, to knock off the BCB Anchi from a comfortable position in that top 4. And this is not how you'd want to start it off. And I spoke about it, guys. I'm always theory crafting, but what if this happens? Here's Darth Mayhem. He's ready to show up. He wants to win this game out, but he's going to have to calm down a little bit on the attack.
Yeah, indeed. And now really you can see Divac's formation broken over here, and his players now needing to run up in order to build up this attack play. And as we see that there's through balls available, but it goes over to the wrong pass over there, wrong decision making, and now we are seeing a sort of pressured moment from Darth Mayhem as he tries to clear the ball from his box over here, but unfortunately not able to. And both players right now just going back and forth in the sense, and the ball possession clinching more towards Darth Mayhem. And we're already seeing a 1-0 sort of score sheet, and it's only 15 minutes of normal time in the first leg over here. And Darth Mayhem is looking quite good. He's definitely had the more sort of ball opportunities in the box, in the front over here, putting in a lot of pressure. And it's just so open here. And that shot would have been so beautiful if it had not been such a great defense coming out from Divac. Divac definitely looking out of sync and not in a comfortable position. But I say that, and he has such a great pass, and it gets intercepted and blocked.
Tempo of the game is really fast as well. So if you're Divac right now, you're really trying to keep up with what Darth Mayhem is putting up on the table, and almost an opening there for him to find a little bit of room. Oh, interesting. Possession of the ball in Divac's favor. Maybe now he can work his way back into this one. Defense is going to be good from Darth Mayhem, but not good enough. He's still on the ball. Mbappe is on it. Mbappe is passed, but that pass to the defender. And it's a rock shaky start right now for Divac. There's even a free kick going the way of Darth Mayhem. And I mean, what is there really to say, Iro, from Divac, right? Like I said, he's been really shaky of the beginning of the season. And he's just come off a defeat, guys. Yes, don't forget, Beast just gave Divac a lashing. Maybe that's still playing on his mental a little bit. These new youngsters. But Ronaldo takes the shot. Ronaldo
what are you
was wide of the
doing?
post.
Goes far and wide in that shot over there where there were so many opportunities. A pass down to the right of Ronaldo, and that would have been even more of a perfect opportunity. With the pressure definitely showing Divac how shaken up he is. I mean, already 2 fouls we've seen out from him in the first half. Not only that, but a powerful shot that goes far and wide. But Roos has the ball over here, and he takes a shot 3 times, and then he's dead on the back to that shot of a miserable one, and it's now tied. But Divac, you gotta calm down. You gotta bring back your level of breathing in this position, because I'm just seeing you all over the show, and it's not the Divac we all know in this season. So come on, let's see exactly what we can bring right here. Divac back in the counter-attack in this position, and he's got Mbappe running on the wing. He's getting into the box. He's got some players in the front over here. Can he take a shot? And he does, but is that going to be a corner? And yes, it is. And he takes a short corner cross over here. He has Reese all the way to the back, but it is going to get cleared in a way. Still on ball possession. Paqueta is going to lose the ball, and now we can sort of calm down a little bit.
Losing out on the momentum now, Darth.
Oh!
But he finds the killer pass in here to Neymar, who's got some space. A shot in! It goes wide! The keeper not needed for that kind of situation. Divac gets a moment to breathe. And I mean, this game is just all over the show. I mean, you're struggling to keep up. I'm struggling to keep up. It's a little bit just lopsided in who's got control and momentum. It seems like the momentum's in favor of Darth Mayhem, but no, the keeper will come off his mark to keep that into safe hands. And I mean, yeah, right now, Divac looking to command this lead, hopefully very soon. It's still level, of course, ladies and gentlemen. We're going into the halftime very soon. Still 5 minutes to play for, but Pele's on the ball, finds a little bit of room, pulling it back, finds a pass into Tonoli, the pass back to Ronaldo. Ronaldo, the turn, the shot, the keeper out on the mark though.
The keeper there to keep things on a level playing field right now between these two players, but the pressure is still there. Ronaldo goes in, it's a pass, it's offside. And the thing coming out from DFAC is now we are seeing a more aggressive play, but both players are responding in attack. The defense is not looking clean between these two players at all, and we are just seeing their defense answers being that I should attack whenever I can possible, and now we are seeing it exactly coming to play for DFAC as he builds up this play onto Ronaldo. Ronaldo's open. He can take a clear shot over here, but he's playing too much time on the ball, and that is going to go out for half time over here. And that there should have been a shot, but spent so much time in that position over there, and that was not really a DFAC decision.
What do we really pick from this game here, ladies and gentlemen? I mean, Divac, he's got the support of one of the biggest organizations on the African continent in the form of Bravado. And to come out like this after suffering a goal from Darth Mayhem, who in his light, coming out as a youngster through the ranks, trying to prove himself. He's been struggling, guys, sitting at the bottom of the table with negative 10 goal difference, just trying to work his way back. And you can just see the passion on both sides of like, you know what, this is my game to take. And like I said in the beginning, Iro, who do you really give it to? Who do you call? I was looking at Divac like, yeah, guys, you guys are saying all these things about, yeah, it's Divac, he's cool, calm, collected, but is he really? And we're really seeing that he's crumbling just a tiny little bit. I think he can still find some stability, some momentum here, Iro, before things get out of control. But what do you really think so far of what we've seen in that first half?
I mean, these players here, the only answer is to attack. And you can really see it with the amount of shots already performed by both of these players here. And the stability out from DFAC is that, the goal scoring opportunities would be far more. And there goes a penalty in this play and a yellow card to Marquinhos. And this is potential goal scoring opportunities going down to the right over there. And he's able to block it.
Save.
What a save coming out from him. Clinges onto the bottom of that. And it goes into a corner, but there's still pressure here. And another corner comes into play. But these two players right now, their defenses are looking a little bit rattled in a sense that we're not seeing any of it.
Yeah, there's no real structure right now. It seems like the defensive lines, the communication is a bit disjointed. There's some room now. Ronaldo's on the ball, but loses out. Darth Mayhem good to recover from that situation. Now can string together an attack of his own. Cancelo holding on to it. Passing to Neymar. Neymar trying to get through, but the defense is strong, but not strong enough as it's a wayward pass to keep possession in for Darth Mayhem, but no good. It goes towards Divac. Here he is on his own attack. There's a ball through there. He finds it onto Ronaldo. He's in the box now. Ooh, that tackle mistimed from Darth Mayhem, but the run, just too much power on it.
Too much and too late over there as Ronaldo is going to get intercepted, but DFAC has a lot of ball possession. Pele trying to get in a shot, and it is going to be a good save coming out from Darth Mayhem. It is a short cross as he looks to maybe send it to the far back of the post, and he does there. No! What a goal coming out from DFAC as he sends things to 2-1 in this stage right here. And Darth Mayhem has not answered at all in terms of taking goal shot opportunities in the second half. In fact, I haven't seen him near the goalkeeper of DFAC in a sense that could bring fear. And now I say that it could be a commentator's curse towards DFAC as we have Cancelo running on the brink over there, but unfortunately it is going to get sort of blocked. But there's a shot, and what a save coming out from DFAC. Cross comes in. That looks good. It is. Oh! What a save again!
What a save, honestly. And Mayhem is just trying everything, throwing it all into the box to try to find a goal in here. And you have to imagine that Divac's objective into this one was goals, goals, goals. Because it's going to take a lot of goal difference for him to break into that top four, but he knows he can do it. I mean, statistically, Darth Mayhem is one of the players in the Umzansi Esports League that has conceded the most goals. So when you're looking at eyeing out an opportunity like this, you have to grab it. But thus far, it hasn't really been grabbed to its full potential. by Devok. Let's see now if you can wind it up from the back. Pass on to Paqueta. Maybe a little bit of room here on the wing with Hernandez. Will he run it down? Will he find some space? The keepers. It's been kept out by the defender, unfortunately. And I mean, yeah, it's still the advantage to Devok, right? But, you know, Darth is trying to maintain himself into this game.
He is. And we are down to the 69th minute right over here. And I have to say, second half has leaned towards DVAC. And maybe we could see more goals coming in on the sheet for the first leg. And I say that, and Neymar looked like a good run was going to come into play, but it is going to be a great defense out from DVAC. DVAC building up his counter over here. Ronaldo on the ball, gets a swing around, and what a run from the Marquinhos in order to block that shot over there. And now Darth Mayhem looking to answer in some way here in the first leg, second half. Can he do something before the time is up? Or are we going to see a finish coming out for a 2-1? And I say that Mane now on the wing, he gets a pass onto Reese, and that is an offside pass. A bit of a late pass going onto that rung. And things are now just back and front, table tennis in a sense. Does look like we're going to get some formation, teams changed, players coming in, etc. But, I mean, yeah, Divac looks much better, I could say, going into the second half of here. He could have a lot more goals on that sheet of there. But 2-1 for now seems rather reasonable between two players who are trying to give their all. One player trying to make it into the playoffs, the other one trying to move away from relegation. So 2-1 shows a competitive playing field between these two players.
Competitive it has been. Divock hasn't really ran away with the tie just yet. There's still some hope. Mane's on the ball. Royce finds it. There's one or two players in there that he could pass to, but he hasn't found it. He's going to retain the ball and try to hold on to it. But the defense cleans that one out. Mbappe on the opposite end for Darth Mayhem, running it down. Defensive wall in front of him, and he still finds a way through, but gets caught out. Divock now can build up the play. Divock would love to get another goal into this one, just to move into that second leg with a good cushion to work with. Bale's on the ball now. Can he find some room? No. Closed out almost immediately there. Lob ball over, but I'm sure the defender will get that one in, and nothing really to worry about. And this second half's been a lot slower than the first half, right? I feel like the first half flew by. The second half a lot slower.
Yeah, we're just not seeing those hype moments coming in from either player right now, and a lot of the playing position just in the line of the field over here as they keep going back and forth with no real strategy in play. And I say this, we have Mbappe on the ball who's very close, but that's offside. No, it is. Okay, yeah, it is offside. For a second, almost jumped off my seat to say 2-2 in this position, but it's the 88th minute right now. Could we see the last build-up play, maybe potentially coming out from Doc Mayhem? Can he bring things off to a tie for the first leg to go into the aggregate score? But I say that, but it's not working out right here between Doc Mayhem and DFAC, as none of them have had a real significant impact towards the end of second half, and now he does go around the goalkeeper. He ends it 3-1 in the second half, and for Darth Mayhem, he's probably pinching himself over there and not happy with that performance going into the second half. He started off so well, so aggressive, and towards the end just losing his touch and not having any shot that was significant enough for him to add over there. I mean, we had a great cross come in over there, but the goalkeeper responded really well to keep things on a more favorite towards DVAC. But as well, it could have been 4-1. The penalty save that we saw Doc Mayhem do over there was quite good. But still, he's conceding quite a number of goals over here, and it's not helping that goal difference the way it's already minus 10. Now we're looking at it, it's building up even further. He's taking a loss right here, and I don't see how he could potentially, with that performance going in the first leg, get any better in the second leg, especially when he's scoring at the 90th minute. I mean, 1-0 going into second leg. It's okay. I can do it. I can catch up. I can score 2 goals, and I'm settled in. I'm happy. I've secured. now got to score 3 in order to make it into a win. So yeah, Darth Mayhem is really in a pinch over here, and so he's sort of standing in the Umzansi League, because we're looking at those 2 bottom players being relegated in this position. So I don't know. We have to wait and see. Tender, what does this mean for him?
It means a lot of things coming into the second leg for Darth, right? And even Divac. I mean, for Divac, if we're looking at goals, like you mentioned, he just needs, I think, maybe 4 or 5 goals now in this time, obviously without Darth scoring at all, for him to break into the top 4. And it's looked difficult for him to find these goals in and find the real room to work with. And it's interesting because not really that Darth Mayhem's defense has been, world class. But I think Divac's attack has just also not been world class, so it's been really difficult for him to find these goals. And when we're looking at Darth now in that goal light, I mean, yeah, the more you suffer, the more it's a blow on your mental health as well. Like, can I even compete in this league right now with all these players that are considered some of the best on the African continent? You want to be able to walk away from this like, I gave it my all, but sometimes it just doesn't feel like that, especially with runs like this. Ronaldo's in, a shot in, a goal in. Oh no, Iro, oh no.
Oh no, indeed, has Darth Mayhem has just conceded another goal. Aggregate is just getting even further over there, and it's just very tough. Divac already on another sort of build-up player right here. We see Bale running all the way to the front there, and if he just managed to see that pass, see that vision, as we can see a lot more from these players as they are dealing with depression, their own thoughts, we see the playing field much more wider than they could over here. But it's still Divac on the run here, and there's a pass opportunity. He can't get that shot in, but a great block coming in from the defender to keep things only 1-0 in the second leg right here. Mbappe takes a good cross over here, and this goes over the poles over there. Now we are seeing Darth Mayhem maybe potentially getting a breathing space. Let's say that, and Divac is not letting go of the pressure over here. We can just see him constantly on the ball possession. And when you have ball possession, your defense is going to get more broken. Your attack formation is not going to be there as your players come back to try support the defense line. And we can see how many white players we have, or white kit players we have right here in the back. And Darth Mayhem has a good run over here on the wing, maybe, potentially. No, nothing there. Chiellini is able to keep things sort of on a clean slate here for Divac. Bale, will he get to it? No, he doesn't. And man, Darth Mayhem, really in the ditch right now.
A ditch that he is struggling to climb out of. And I mean, any clawing at it could do something at this point. Just 1, 2, 3 goals at anything. But Divac doesn't want to give up this lead just yet. He gets past Bale, still got possession of the ball. Ronaldo running in, taking a shot, sent out. Corner now. We'll see how he resets. Short corner, sent out once again. Gonna reset now. Sending it in long. The crosses have been good so far from Divac, but that one, not so great. Now Mayhem can maybe string something that didn't really happen there. And the ball's still in possession of Divac. And I mean, if we're looking at possession stats, I mean, right now he is struggling to even hold on to the ball at all, Darth Mayhem. He hasn't seen the light of the keeper just yet. And I mean, there's another interception coming in from Divac, and he's looking so good, Divac, in this game. Remember, I was speaking about it just now. It's about goals right now for him, right? He's done the part. He's leveled out his goal difference. He's in the positives. He needs to just add on to it to get into the top 4 now.
Yeah, take advantage of the situation we have over here, and Ronaldo is going to be doing that, but Ronaldo takes a great shot. It is 2-0 right now. On aggregate, what are we looking at? 5-1. So he has a good goal difference of 4 goals right over here in the matchup, and he can just continue to add on to that tally, because of the way Darth Mayhem is playing is that his passes are being intercepted, his attacks are being blocked, and I mean, we can see exactly what the situations is like for Darth Mayhem. That losing streak may potentially be subconsciously affecting him as well in his gameplay. Maybe got a little bit too excited that, yes, finally, I might just be in a position. But at this point, it's almost inevitable that we may have to say, thank you so much for your contribution to the Umzansi, but this loss means that, it's really impossible for him to come back unless, he wins the next 2 weeks over there. Yeah, and you have the likes of the Young Savage not winning any of his games, and then you have more points than Young Savage. But the way things are looking like, the way he's playing right now, I mean, 3-0. He is just absolutely hammering Dark Mayhem, and Dark Mayhem has nothing to answer here for.
And I mean, if you're a bravado man, you're happy, you're looking at this, the script is being written out. The Beast Bianchi getting pushed off his pedestal. We're looking at where Young Savage is in the league. They'll pretty much be brothers right next to each other at that point. If this continues going, if Divak keeps on punishing Darth Mayhem. Ronaldo on the ball, looking for an opportunity, but an opportunity squandered. But not just yet, it looks like he's still on it. Peles looking for the run. He's in the box trying to get past the defenders, but the defenders will hold on just a little bit. Yeah, I mean, 3-0. And when we're looking at that aggregate score, it's a mountain to climb for Darth Mayhem. But maybe, just maybe, Messi on this. Hakimi with some room to work with. Will the Prophet get through? No, there is no saving grace today for Darth Mayhem. It's still Divak on the attack.
Divak right now in this position where he's really come to the table, I'd have to say, and he's dining in this position. He's had his feast, managed to take in the goals, he's managed to take up a donut on that table, as well as Darth Mayhem is still sitting on that 0 goal scored in the second leg. And it doesn't look like, the way Darth Mayhem is playing, that he's maybe able to bring one down on that goal difference, because currently what we're looking at is a minus 15 goal difference on his total standings, and that is going to be very hard to come out, especially when you're looking at a tie level, to say, you know what, maybe I can be tied. Oh, what a good positioning coming out from Divak. Puts his goalkeeper to the left side over there, and he's able to just block things off and keep things on a tie. And I think that was the first shot coming out from Darth Mayhem, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it was the first shot for him. And I mean, just listen to that. 45 minutes of FIFA, first shot in. Darth, you need some answers, buddy. It's not looking good. Divak is looking like some prime real estate right now. We're looking to buy into him, and I'm bought. This is Divak, the Divak that we've been waiting to see in the Umzansi Esports League. We'll see if he can continue this run, if he can find some more goals in. He still needs to add on to that goal difference tally, but maybe with something to say. Yeah, a shot in, a goal in! He's not over just yet, Darth Mayhem. He's still digging.
He is indeed. And it's just a goal to answer to his goal difference at this stage. But aggregate, Divak is flying with colors right here, as it's currently sitting 3-1 in second leg, and it does look like it's going to add even more to that. It is 4-1. Just how nasty can Divak be in this position, where he answers from kickoff to say, listen, yes, you've got on a goal, but here's my response. Immediately slap him back to the competition and showing exactly what he's made of over here. Divak not playing any games, and is he going to add to another goal? But no, he makes the wrong decision with Bale and loses the ball. We've got a good run coming out from Mbappe, and as well as Darth Mayhem. He can't get a good shot over here. Playing around the box. That's a goal. That is a goal. Manages to secure one. Playing a lot more aggressive. Better second half than the first leg. Second half over here from Darth Mayhem. In fact, better performance overall in his entire 2 matchups right here against Divak. He's managed to score 2 goals in a short period. In that time as well, we also had Divak answer and make it 4 goals in the second leg. But Darth Mayhem is looking like he's picking up the crumbs at this dining table. And Ronaldo on the run here. Marquinhos managing to keep up to pace, but Pele onto the ball, pass to Bale. Bale is there to answer, 5-2. And right now, we can just see these 2 players right now going back and forth, and it's quite crazy.
Guys, honestly, what do you even say about what is happening right now? It's like we're in an F1 race, and it's just zooming across the racetrack. We have no control because what is happening? It's goal after goal. I mean, my man Iro was, he was just talking, and there was 3 goals, and I was just like, what is going on? And he's still going over here. He's looking for more. It looks Divac. Nice little pass into Pele, but gonna be offside. And a 5-2 in this matchup. What was it? 3-1 in the last one, and this it might be the most goals in one matchup we've had so far in the Umzansi Esports League, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if I'm thinking about, okay, well, we did have that crazy matchup where, what was it, Ruxa and Mayhem, where it was 6-5. So we're stacking, we're climbing up there, guys. We're getting close.
That was on aggregate though, 6-5.
Yeah, that was
already past that. So we've already passed that at this stage. I mean, we're looking at the goals right here.
Oh no, he's still in. He's still taking a shot. The keeper, he sends it wide. What?
Just helping
no
in this tough situation. Ronaldo back over here to Darth Mayhem. Good build-up play coming up from Neymar on the ball. Seeing the passing opportunity onto Ribery, but his defense is there. James running back into play. Ooh, throw in.
And I mean, an interesting thing to touch on rather is Ribery, right? I mean, we don't see Ribery use that often. Darth Mayhem coming in here with some of that Nkosi insight. Maybe saw something in him that most people haven't seen, but it hasn't really been working out for him. Bale now on the ball onto Ronaldo. There's some space to take a crack of a shot.
Oh.
It goes wide though. Okay. All right.
6 shots to Ronaldo.
Look at the shots. Look at the shots for Ronaldo. It's absolutely crazy. And he's on the ball still once again. Bale now with some room. Get shot in. A crack of a shot. Bale. Another goal here for Divac at 6-2 in this matchup. I mean, on aggregate, who cares? I don't even know anymore. Math, no, not me.
Ronaldo's turn. What a pass to Bale. Bale shoots. I think that's a quadruple for Bale already in this matchup right now. And he's taking it. 7-2. I think at this point he's done enough in terms of goal difference to pass Bianchi in that sense. Because Bianchi only had 4 goals to his name in terms of difference of them. So he's now in that top 4, sitting comfortably, and he's here to tally up even more to make sure things are looking good. But now he's just taking the shot over here.
Tiny bit ambitious there.
Yeah, very ambitious. No time shots whatsoever. It doesn't even get in an outside foot. Just takes the shot in over there. But yeah, Darth Mayhem at this point, he's probably even playing with one hand. He's like, you know what, it's fine. I've taken this loss. I understand what is at stake, and he did come into it looking good, but it was just a 1 goal in the first leg. And right now Mbappe trying to say no, it isn't just the 1 goal, and a shot comes in play, but I think it's a corner that we're gonna see come out. And his corners have been amazing. Whoa! And I do see a good goal coming out from Darth Mayhem. It's Werner, and Darth Mayhem with his corners have been quite sexy in the matchup that we have today. If only he could have had a more of the corners to him, because he seems to nail that one over there. But build-up play, in a sense, just hasn't been great. Defense as well has been quite shaken up.
Shaking up indeed. Ooh, that's a nasty challenge, but he gets away with it there. Now, Divac was able to recover at least. And we'll see what he can close this one up on, because, I mean, it's pretty much the end of the tie. Nothing else really left but a pass in. Maybe a shot for Bale. No, the keeper will collect that one. Safe hand, sends it out. Oh, no, that's a dangerous clearance coming in from Darth Mayhem, because now possession is still in the hands of Divac, and he's looking to close this one up with a goal. Potentially a shot in. The keeper saves it. The safe hands of Petacek, thankfully. And yeah, Mayhem, let's call a timeout, man. Let's call it a day. Just hold on to this ball. We don't need any more action, because, I mean, if we're looking at the aggregate score, Divac has just scored 10 goals, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, 10 goals, right?
10-4.
10-4.
10-4.
That's 6. But yeah, he should be on top of Bianchi, right? I mean, right?
Yeah, no, definitely,
I think so.
definitely. I mean, we look at that 10
10
goals
goals,
score.
guys. Wow. This has to be I don't know what the history is. We're gonna have to get like Snare maybe to contribute towards this because he's been in it a lot longer in terms of the most goals scored by one individual in a match. I mean, that has to be somewhere up there, right, Snare?
It is very high up there. However, I can tell you that the most goals scored in one single match of FIFA that we've had in the Umzansi Esports League, Giulio the Beast Bianchi has managed to put 11 past Darth Mayhem in the past. So we're a little bit shy of that particular record, but nonetheless, 10 goals scored in advance here by Divac, 6 of them being positive goal difference. So not only will he leapfrog Giulio the Beast Bianchi in points, but he's now in a situation where he's feeling very good about his overall goal difference. The game was very scrappy at the beginning, Arrow. It wasn't a perfect situation from Divac. It did look like Darth Mayhem was actually taking the fight to him. He's the one that scored that opening goal. But unfortunately, this is a trend we've been seeing with a lot of the Umzansi Esports players when they match up against the players from the Nkosi Super Cup. The Nkosi Super Cup players, and in this season, when Darth Mayhem and Ruxa, they score first. They get off the mark first, but they just can't keep that consistency going, and suddenly goals start coming in one after the other, and you can see their confidence being affected by each subsequent strike.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, when you look at that over there, we see, a great goal to break the ice in the first leg where, Darth Mayhem answered really good. And then DFAC scored. But then I almost thought as if, DFAC is looking quite shaken up over here, and we could see more goal opportunity in that first half for Darth Mayhem. But then the second half came by, and Darth Mayhem just didn't exist anymore. It's as if he's lost his dark magic in a way, you could say, and he just didn't bring any of that mayhem to the play style. And second leg, I don't want to talk about it, but at least he did score some goals. The better performance coming out from him overall, but it was at the end of the day just a sad night for Darth Mayhem.
Tendo, as Arrow was mentioning here, it's a little bit unfortunate because initially it did seem like Darth Mayhem was channeling some of that Sith magic, was going to be able to make something miraculous happen today. After that first leg, it felt like, okay, he lost the first leg, 3-1. It's not great, but it's not unsalvageable. Unfortunately, going into the second leg, it's almost like Divac also was sitting back and asking himself, this shouldn't be happening. I remember y'all were talking about it in between the games that Divac knows not only does he need to score more goals up against Darth Mayhem here, but also he just should be a player. And you can almost see that it's almost like he had a coaching session in between the games. Where he's like, dude, come on, level up, be better than this. And the second leg, whew, he leveled up drastically. Arrow mentioned it just now that Darth Mayhem did play a lot better in the second leg, but it turned out that Divac also leveled up. And when they both leveled up, Divac is just way ahead of the competition in that regard.
Yeah, and look at the table, guys. Look at where the Goliath men are sitting. It's a little bit scary if you're a fan because it's like, what's happening this season? These are two players, I think the Beast Bianchi and the Young Savage, that were like, yeah, man, top 4, easy peas. But now look at the top 4 now, and the matchup that's about to come is going to add more to these stakes, and it's going to make these points climb even higher and higher. But yeah, commiserations to Darth Mayhem. I mean, he's pretty much looking at that relegation battle at this point. Like, all right, you know what? Maybe it's time to hone in and focus up on that battle to stay into this one. And I actually wanted to mention, guys, Bobo Beast, Mobizilla coming up next. And Snare, you talked about like Nkosi versus Umzansi. And now I'm thinking to myself, I mean, Bobo Beast, Mobizilla, those are just straight up Umzansi players at this point, right? They're in here to win it, and they are competing as if they want to be at the very top. At this point, it's really open up on who can finish in that top 4 still, because it's not over for the Beast Bianchi and obviously Young Savage. I think it's going to be interesting. This next game really determines a lot. I think if it sways towards Bobo, I think, I don't know exactly how that'll make the table feel, but if Moby takes this win, it's going to shake everything up, I think.
Yeah, I can tell you right now that there's Bobo's never had as many fans as he does this evening. Everybody's rooting for Bobo because if he wins, it makes life easier for Young Savage, easier for the Beast Bianchi, easier for Divac as well, who has come away with this victory. Of course, if Mobizilla is the one to win, suddenly there's a lot more turmoil and chaos in the leaderboard, and it makes things a lot more closer than most players would be comfortable with, especially because if you've gotten those 9 points right now, you'd normally want to imagine that you are either safe from relegation or guaranteed top four. Of course, if Moby is able to eke out a win, neither outcome is guaranteed here. So he needs to make sure that he plays the best football that he can, because if he does it, makes life more interesting for us. And we want the chaos to be happening here in the Umzansi Esports League. Arrow, Tendo just mentioned it now. The fact that up until this point, Bobo has now properly solidified his place in the Umzansi Esports League. We're getting out of the realm of starting to talk about him as an underdog at this point in time. He's starting now to just feel like a mainstay here. However, what's very interesting about this matchup, you were talking about it the other day, that Mobizilla has been like the master Roshi, the old man of the FIFA scene here. He's the one with all the old tricks, teaching this youngins. It doesn't seem like that's going to be that kind of matchup today, right? Because Bobo's usually the one that schools the old masters rather than vice versa. So what are we expecting from this upcoming matchup between these two titans?
So it's almost as if the learner becomes the master in this situation. I mean, if we always look at it like that, then Boba Beast rarely has done the bits in the past. Then you even look at Boba Beast versus Beast Bianchi, or the case may be, who is the better beast in the sense. And you look at that leaderboard and you start to see that, okay, wait, this Boba Beast is somewhat different in the sense that he's coming out with a lot of aggression. He's got the points at hand to say that if he wins this game, I mean, it's not going to be like a Mobizilla and a Musam sort of situation where Mobizilla is going to be on top of Musam in terms of goal difference. But Boba Beast will generally be on 13 points. So he's already had a far much successful run than any other player in the Umzansi League for season 5. So honestly, really looking forward to this match over here. Mobizilla already looking good on goal difference. All he needs is that, one goal that he always usually does. That 2-1 goal, 2-3, or whatever the case may be. That's all he needs, because he has the most goal difference when it comes down to the standings over there. Yeah. So I'm looking forward to seeing how this matchup is going to be. It's going to be very close, I can tell you that for sure. Mobizilla isn't going to break easily, but I haven't got to see too much of Bobby Beast in the past 5 weeks over here, so I'm really looking forward to this one.
I'm very excited to see how it's all going to pan out, and of course it is now live and available to us. So Tendo plays Arrow. Gentlemen, take it away. Bring us the hype of Mobizilla versus Bobo Beast, and I'll see you after the game.
Well, here we are. We've just had I don't know, man, a Marvel movie of a game, I'd like to say. It was quite something. Maybe this one a little bit more tame now, Iro, as we move into, I'd say, the highlight match of the night, right? Whoever wins this one is really going to shape themselves up looking good to finish in that top 4 in the next coming weeks. And we didn't do predictions last game. Predictions, Iro, maybe? No?
I don't want to do predictions for this game. I actually wanted to play it out without leaning to any of these players right here.
Oof. All right.
You put me on the spot yesterday. I'm gonna put you. What's your prediction?
Man, I'm running with my boy Bobo Beast. He's coming up on top over here. I'm looking at a 3-1 arrogant score, and he's even on the attack as we speak. Let's see what can happen. Modric is on it. Maybe he can find some room. Messi holding. The runs not available towards him. And defensive line is so good from Moby right now.
It is packed with Mobizilla in the defense line over there. And he's able to keep things off with a solidifying wall. How many players do we have over there? 7? Might be just the entire team coming back to the defense line. So that's what I like about Mobizilla, is he has these strategies in place that allows him to be that Iceman, handle pressure in a sense. Look at his wingman right now, running all the way back to support. And then when he is on the playing field, his wingmans run into the build-up play. So if he has a lot of pressure onto him, it means that his counter-attacks are going to be quite slow, and his attacking strategy is not going to be there. So for Mobizilla, the ball possession is where he needs to be the strongest in, especially when you see how his team is playing out, how he's decided to go in with tactics and so forth. So right now, he only got 3 men at the back. That's because he has the ball possession. But pay attention to how it sort of comes very strong when he loses that ball.
It does come on very strong. And I mean, it's a clash of styles, right, Iro? I mean, guys, we were painting it in the very beginning. This is two worlds colliding. The old god here of Mobizilla, all the experience you would need as a FIFA player. This is a bit of a scramble. Hopefully he collects it. It does. So nothing really to worry about for Bobo. But yeah, the old god coming to clash with the new kid on the block, really making a name for himself. Bobo Beast is looking to become one of the FIFA greats on the African continent. And this is exactly where it all starts off. This is where we just join in to what could be the turn, the tide for the entire Umzansi Esports League. I mean, everybody must be watching this match like, all right, well, what can we really expect from both players? Right now, it's looking aggressive, like we've been mentioning for Bobo Beast. He's looking to get in on attack and find some room, but that line, that defensive line is honestly just a wall at this point for him to get past. But Dybala, the shot in! The turn! What a goal here for Bobo Beast!
Oh, what a skill, what a shot. Everything about that was perfect. The celebration as well. I mean, hopefully we get to see that replay. It is a zigzag in, and he manages to get a bit of breathing space, takes the gamble, and that gamble gets him the goal on the sheet. But this is Mobizilla, right? We've seen it before where a goal happens where it's not him scoring the first goal. So he may just potentially answer right here from kickoff from the first goal. And let's see exactly what happens. But Bobo right now, his defense is looking also quite solid, quite strong. And I'm looking at it, I'm just saying, wow, those players come definitely a long way. Such a short period of time.
Such a short period of time indeed for Bobo to be reaching such heights right now. As it stands, he's top of the table over here, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Umzansi Esports League, hosted by Nodwin Gaming Africa. Make sure you go check out the website as well, get all the informations. Go on Twitter, Instagram, stay up to date with exactly what is happening, find out when the next broadcasts are going to be, so that you don't miss any of this action. I mean, as it's lining up to be an action-packed day, let's see what Bobo can do. Modric on the ball, pass to Cuadrado on the wing, looking for a little bit of space to work with. And I mean, he just needs another goal here, right, Iro, to really just be comfortable in this play.
Yeah, definitely. And Suarez looking quite good right there. He's on to Messi, back to Modric. Modric, the playmaker, knows exactly where to pass and how to pass right there. And Messi, who significantly, I feel, has magnets on his feet that keeps the ball very close to his feet. But Acuna tries to get into the box right now, and that defense line isn't breaking. It's more stronger than it was in the previous run over there, but the pressure is still very much alive from Bobo Beast. And right now, these two players are just giving in a level of competitiveness that we are loving to see right now. And the pass, not really clean over there, but he's going to make up for it. Verratti gets back onto the ball, and it's just sloppy passing from Mobizilla right now. Suarez trying to make a run over there, but it is going to get blocked off from the defense. And here for Mobizilla, it just needs to breathe, stay composed, and show us exactly why he's the ice in this position. Let's see exactly what happens. The defense line right here looking kind of sloppy, tries to go in for the pass, and it's a shot! It's a shot. It works out for him. It's Mobizilla who answers right over here. 1-1 right now with the savage goal coming into play.
Down
right
but
there.
never out, honestly, right, Iro? Mobizilla, you said it best. He's someone that works from the behind, and he was behind in this beginning of this tie. The half is also about to break, so I mean, that's good momentum for him coming into the second half to have a goal in hand, well, rather to tie it up, right? And I mean, this is what we probably would have expected, right? These two are competing to be, number one in the league right now.
Definitely. And I mean, we look at what Snare says, and he says the Nkosi players somewhat love to score the first goal, and they just can't keep it up. Brookser, we saw that yesterday. You saw Darth Mayhem. Darth Mayhem, yes, he's been here for some time, but he's still one of the newly found players from the Nkosi Super Cup. And Bobo as well, first goal. And I think we have to blame the host caster because over there, because they're coming over with the first goal score, and then we see the experienced players in the Umzansi League just answer over there. But really, that was a good momentum play coming out from Mobizilla, and he's still looking to carry on with that momentum right now as he gets an amazing tackle to get onto ball possession. Players are making the runs. Great pass onto Mendes. Mendes onto Verratti, and this is looking quite good. But look at that sort of formation of defense right now being quite great coming up from Bobo as he's able to intercept that pass, and Suarez says, I'm going for it, gets into the box, can he get a shot? He can! And it's a goal coming out from Bobo Beast right over there. Amazing shot, amazing run from Suarez as he gets the 2-1 advantage to Mobizilla.
Shout out to Bobo and Moby for letting the goals replay, because often they're just like skip. Nah.
Yeah. Usually that's the case with any sort of FIFA matchup. You just like, I don't want to see that goal.
Yeah, let's just move past. But hey, man, shout out to them. Maybe they'll stop just now, but hey, at least we got to see those a few goals replayed. We'll see now if Moby has an answer once again for what has just happened. And I mean, if it keeps going back and forth like this, history dictates that Bobo would end up on top, but Moby might be able to break that. But for now, possession in the hands of Bobo Beast. He's got a few players running on. He's looking for the high ball, the lob ball, a great ball in to Quadrado. Can he trap it? He sends it in, but the keeper, Allison, safe hands, won't get past him.
I'm looking at the stamina of Mobizilla's players. Man, it's not looking good.
What's going on? It seems like maybe he's on a bit of a chase, right? Because, I mean, Moby has been kind of running after a lot of Bobo's players to try get the ball in, and Bobo hasn't really had to exert that much stamina, so it might be a little bit difficult for him to come back if stamina becomes a thing.
And that's the thing right now, and I think Bobo is taking full advantage. It's a crossing, and Bobo 3-1. Suarez, an amazing goal, taking full advantage over the stamina of the players that remains in Mobizilla's team. And you can tell that it isn't going to be working out for the next 40 minutes or 30 minutes of normal time here in the first leg. Mobizilla just needs to hold on to the ball and not lose it, because full advantage could easily come out from Bobo, where he can get these counterattacks, these runs over here. Dybala can take a shot. He takes too much time on the ball over there, but just look at how easy it is here for the build-up play for Bobo because of that stamina that he has over the competitive players right here. Bobo really coming in with a fantastic play and tactics that is really working to the likes of Mobizilla. Look at Mendes, can't even run at full stamina at all. His players are dreaded. He needs to go into that second leg right now, or things are not going to be looking too good for him, as that goal difference is already 2, and it does look like we'll be seeing some more opportunities if it just continues out like this for Bobo Beast.
Jeez, man. Clearly, you can see that Moby is living in South Africa because the gas prices do be high, guys. I mean, okay, let's see if Bobo can continue on this. I mean, one more goal and then, second leg is going to be really tough for Moby to come back in. Like, Moby's a great player, don't get us wrong, guys, but Bobo has just leveled up his game completely. For him to concede that many goals, especially if he finds a fourth year, it's going to be almost impossible. Suarez!
The hat trick. Oh. It is alive. Right here, Tendo plays. I mean, what a significant game we have on our hands right now. Not only is he taking the lead over the standings, he is increasing the goal difference. Mobizilla had 7. Now you can scratch that he has 4 goal difference right now as it stands. What an amazing play coming out from Bobo Beast. Wouldn't you agree, Tendo?
Yeah, quite astonishing, honestly, because towards the tailgate of that first half, I'm like, level game. And there's no way this is really going to run away from either or. But now look, he's running in, taking a wild shot. Allison complaining at this point. Guys, what are you doing? Get together. Look at these players. There's no stamina. There's nothing right now for Moby.
There's
What do you do
nothing.
right now?
And the thing is, right over there, we look at how his players build up over there. They build up with time spent on the ball for Mobizilla. So he needs not for that strategy to exist anymore, because he needs his players back where he can just play one touch on the defense line to the midfielders, etc. So if he doesn't attack and he's able to intercept, who Boba Beast able to intercept, able to get the ball back into position, the counter attacks onto the defense line is going to be very, very tough onto Mobizilla over here. So, I mean, you can already tell he's maybe potentially just going to be keeping the ball onto the defense line midfielders, because he understands what is at risk if he does attack and he loses that ball over there. Very slow pace right now. But Dybala onto the ball right now, looking to make a run. Suarez offside potentially over here, and it is going to be
offside.
an offside. But still, counter-attacks is just too risky for Mobizilla right now. He needs to play it slow. There's 9 minutes of normal time left here in the first leg. And for Mobizilla, an attack is almost as if he's gambling away his life, because there's just too much of a risk to take in this position, where if an interception comes into play, the counter-attack is going to be great. Let's see exactly what I'm talking about right now. It has Bobo, it's on the ball.
Bobo on the ball, and really nothing in the tank of these players right now. Royce is gonna really inject a lot of pace into this. The crossing, the header from Dybala. Oh my goodness, this is Bobo Beast. He's no longer an up and comer. This man is here to solidify himself as one of maybe the greats in the Umzansi Esports League. Yeah, guys, last season he was in that grand final. He fell short. The Beast Bianchi was like, no, it is my time to shine. But this time around, it's looking like Bobo Beast. Mobizilla, where's the answers, man? We need something right now. This is supposed to be a close game for first place, maybe here and there. But there's just nothing. Maybe a little bit now. A chip over, but the keeper comes in. Schmeichel, what a tip over.
A lost attack here at play right now. But, I mean, he already has the 4 goals. That goes far and wide. And that is the first leg right over there. Bartender, you see exactly what I was talking about. Counter-attacks here was just too favorable for Bobo, because the tanks, the gas was not there at all for the Mobizilla team right there. And I think if he goes into the same playing field as he did right now, the same strategy, we're going to see the same tanks being finished by second half. So Bobo already knows that his play style is working out, that his tactics for his team is in play. It is draining the gas, the stamina that these players have. I mean, they had nothing. They were sitting on 0. They were literally crawling.
I mean, you know what, Iro? In the beginning of the game, you really saw it, why it was running out, because look at how high that line was pressed up. In the beginning, it was so difficult for Bobo Beast to really, press forward, find space, find gaps, because the players are either running all back and making sure that there's 7 players on the defensive line, tracking almost every man that they can, and just exerting all that stamina. Moby had some form of game plan coming into this one against Bobo, but it's not the right one, unfortunately, Moby. You're gonna have to scratch it all together, because we can't be looking into second half and your players are all tired. It just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, no, it doesn't make any sense. But let's head over to that second leg, where we continue to see Bobo Beast and Mobizilla in action right over here. And you can already see the kickoff has started. Mobizilla coming in with the different kit, maybe different strategy altogether as well. Let's see what it means.
New kit, new me.
Exactly. Maybe he's trying to say something right here. Taking a script out of his own book to say, well, it's 5-1. Can I make a difference in some way or another? And Mobizilla on the ball, but loses it to the individual Bobo Beast on ball possession. Doesn't look like we have the same strategy as last time around. We can only wait until there's more of a pressure play coming out from Bobo.
He really needs to, I think, at least dampen the blow a little bit. So Dybala has been dangerous thus far, but won't find any point to entry there. And it looked like he was going to get the ball away over there, Moby, but it's still going to be the likes of Bobo Beast on it. Modric, who's been a pinnacle player for Bobo Beast on creating a lot of these plays. So well as Messi.
Oh,
hey! What a curve! Hey, okay, bro, calm down. Relax. Okay, it's Wednesday, it's not Friday yet.
Hey, Wednesday is the new Friday here for Bobo Beast, as it is right now, as he celebrates that first leg, sitting with a total 5-1 right over there. Let's see exactly what happens with Messi on the run right now. Got a Messi. Right here, still on ball possession. Modric looking good. Oh, but even fantastic coming out from Mobizilla. And he still has that same play, I would imagine, because just look at how many were trying to force up the defense line. And they run up, they run back down, they run up, they run back down. So stamina is going to be definitely depleted. Once again, Messi trying to see what he can do right now. He's on the ball. He's in the box line, playing around 3 against 1. And, Messi is just a significant player when it comes to holding the ball in tight situations.
Yeah, stats on Messi, always great in that regard. Oh, this is a lovely ball in, but going to be offside. Unfortunate. Getting a little bit desperate there. It looks like Mobizilla. He needs to find a way back into this game because, it's not looking great. Goal difference starting to stack up, and we've seen what goal difference can do. We saw firsthand of why we're always complaining. I feel like some of you guys think we're just joking around about a goal difference or making fun of these players that are getting scored a lot of goals. We saw it. Tivak jumps over the Beast Bianchi into the playoff position, right? It's scary sometimes when you don't think about that. And for now, you have to have some safe feet over here at the back. Please, Moby, you don't want to see anything crazy happening there. You need to send that ball forward. We need to see some attacking prowess coming out of you. Just maybe this attack.
Definitely looking a lot more comfortable. Mobizilla right over here, as he's had some level of playing field. And I say that, but look at this counter attack being built by Bobo. Good cross comes in and goes over the 2 players. And it is going to be a corner as the defensive player just had a little bit of a touch on there. And if it weren't for that touch, it would have been a goal. So rather take it out for a corner. And right now, the players having a little bit of pressure, but he's able to just clear it out to Verratti. Verratti onto Vlahovic, and now Brodadi making a run, but a great tackle coming out from Bobo as it stands right there. And Bobo onto the win for Bale. He's playing a lot slow, I would see. Coming out. Good run from Quadrado. Gets onto the ball and back into the hands of Moby.
Yeah, just a bit too much pace there from Bale. Had to come down a little bit. He's still finding some attacking room here. It looks like Suarez, very dangerous in the last game. Will he be dangerous now? The keeper, Allison, spills the ball over, but still manages to recover. Bale's still on it. Maybe a shot in for Dybala, but no, it's still level at 0-0. And I was going to make an interesting comment. It's quite interesting that Bobo opts to hit, these crosses into Dybala, even though he's like the tiniest man on the pitch. And we saw him get a header goal from that last match, right? Yeah, so it's not impossible. I think it's kind of like the pace of him running into it that catches the opponents off guard. That's working out for him.
Yes, his defense a bit out of touch over here, but luckily Messi comes in to sweep things up, but the pressure's still alive from Mobizilla as he gets back onto the ball with a great interception. Mendes on the wing over here finds Tonali in the middle. Now his players are building up a great over-the-top cross to his player on the wing, but the pass is going to be intercepted, and now we see Messi with a ball onto Dybala. Dybala with a nice touch over here onto Suarez. It's a lobby pass. Suarez running in, but no! Allison comes out to great calling from the goalkeeper to run in with such confidence to say that he will be the first to touch the ball, grabs it in safe arms, and it's back onto Mobizilla.
Well, not back on for too long because Suarez back now. Dybala and Suarez been linking up well. He looks for that searching pass again, but won't find it this time. consolation must be ringing through the mind of Mobizilla, because no goals in this first half almost solidifies the fact that he's gonna lose this match unless something crazy happens. I mean, we've seen crazy already today, so I'm not gonna count it out just yet. Here's an attack. Neymar's on it, but yeah, defensive wall is stark and strong. The ref's also like, I've had enough of this. I need my tea. Let's call it a break.
Let's call it a break. Sends it out in attack over there. Very unfortunate for Mobizilla, but the team is looking quite stronger this time around, and stamina is there. I would have to say, going into the second half of the second leg, it's still 5-1 on aggregate score, and the way things are looking, like if it stays like this going into the second half, then we'll be seeing Bobo with a great 13 points. But not only that, but the goal difference that he has in his name right now is going to be amazing. So that means if, you know, the likes of Marsum, if he gets a draw in his next match, it doesn't mean that, you know, he is going to be in a goal difference situation, taking the lead. He still stays in second place. But Bobo has been amazing. I have to commend him today. What a good lobby pass onto the leg, gets in, and it goes a bit wide. Is that a save? No, it isn't. It's just a wide shot from Mobizilla.
Yeah. All right. We had a lot of excitement, obviously, here, guys, in that first match. I mean, it was just goals left, right, and center from Bobo Beast. But now, a little bit more tame. And I mean, the biggest factor to that is the fact that there's stamina on these boys now, you know? Like before, it was just, I don't know, man. Bit of a misplay from Moby, I feel. Oh, wait, I speak too soon. Dybala's on an attack. Maybe he can find a shot in. He's sending it past the keeper. But back into his hands. Hello, Bobo. What's going on? Hey, wow! I almost off my chair for that. I was like, nah. You're not going to do that to me. Squander the ball and then find a goal just like that. Moby making almost a crucial mistake there to get a goal in to his net. It's looking a little bit dicey.
Sometimes simple is the answer, and Bobo unfortunately isn't going to be doing that, and that is simple. That is what we call simple from Mobizilla. He answers in a goal. It's 5-2 on aggregate. I mean, there's time. Most of the goals scored for Bobo was in the second half, but the way things are playing off right now, you know, it's tough. I don't want to swing and say, yo, a miracle might just happen from Mobizilla, because Mobizilla likes to win with those one goal, etc. But to score that many goals from Mobizilla isn't him, you know? He isn't one to pick up 4 goals in a single match, 5 goals in a single match to bring things off over here. So he's just clinches onto those 2. Whoa! Okay, taking me off my seat there for a second, Bobo Beast. But we're back down to gravity levels, and I'm back onto my seat. But yeah, no, Mobizilla, like we said, like we spoke about yesterday, even with Stay, you know, is that he isn't one to take in a lot of goals in a single match.
I mean, let's look at statistics, right? Bobo has the most draws in the league. Yeah, it's funny because it's just one, but I mean, that's still a stat we can look at. So if you're Moby, you may be thinking about that draw. You never know. Maybe something crazy happens. It's not like Bobo has looked great in this second leg. He doesn't have that same fire and drive that we saw him have earlier on in that first matchup. But here he is on an attack. Maybe we'll open it up, add a little bit of light to that fire. Marco Royce is on it. He goes for the turn back in and out. It's the post. The 12th man has come for some justice today. We've missed you.
Definitely have, and now it still keeps things on a level playing field and a counter attack. But no, what a great defense. Gets the ball onto Bale. It is working out for him, as he has the pace, he has the strength to push over the players. Bellingham onto Reyes, and now he has the opening. Does he? He does indeed. Gets in a goal. Allison isn't able to save that. Let's go in position over here, and it brings things to a 6-2 aggregate score. 1-1 in second leg over there. Now we have seen an answer from Bobo in the second leg. He was there, but his finishing wasn't. But he's just to say, you know what? Let me just score. Let me have fun with this one in the second leg.
Almost feels like Bobo's like, let me just take it easy. I've got it in the bag. Don't really have to exert too much energy. Let me save a couple of my looks for later on in the season. And Moby, for a second, we were like, oh man, I have some hope. Maybe I score one there, another one there, put the guy under a little bit of pressure. Maybe we'll see something interesting. But for now, not really. He will start off the kickoff. Let's see if he's got some juice left. We'll see if he can dampen these goals a little bit more. But yeah, I mean, Iro, at this point, 73 minutes on the clock, it's pretty much over.
It is pretty much over. This is no miracle in such a short time, especially when Dybala's on the ball trying to get another goal. But it is going to get out for a corner, and we have seen some amazing crosses as well from Bobo Beast. What a save. Alisson to keep things on a level playing field in the second leg. Bale right now. Still a lot of pressure present here. Suarez, who was very dangerous in that first match, but Reese takes a shot. Alisson keeping things, honestly, no difference of less for Mobizilla, has things could have been far much more worse in this second leg, but things are looking good for him right now.
So many players to get past here for Bobo. And I mean, for Bobo, he wants to win the second leg as well. Bale with the turn, the shot, the goal! Bobo Beast!
No,
you can't count him out. It's not over until we see the 90 on the clock. And there he is, showing that light, that fire that we saw in that that first half. I mean, now it's tough for Mobizilla because, yeah, if there was a nail in the coffin, that was it. If there wasn't one already. And, you're not even winning this game. It's just a little bit tough. And the ball's on it again. Will he be wiser this time? Yes, he will. Toss in Bale. Scoops it on into the post.
Much composed. Far much better play. Coming out from Boba Beast. Great passing. Great finishing. It's 3-1. Aggregate, I forgot right now where we at in terms of it. But today was the spice of Umzansi Esports League, and that is Nordwin Gaming for you, bringing you fine action on the pitch right over here. And Mobizilla trying to say something, trying to bring a goal into position, but it isn't going to change anything on the sheets. A hopeful pass on to Dybala, and it works. That part is butchering my lips right there. But you understand what I'm saying. It's the 91 minutes. He's just going to keep the ball. Alisson over here and maybe take the ball out so that the referee can sing the whistle for the final match between these two legends over here. I say legends because we have, an experienced sort of god over here. And now we have Bobo Beast, who's unlocked his cage. He's here to say something about his beast, his inner beast. And he's really showing a lot of competitive play. Well done to Bobo Beast. Today, he really showed me what he's made of. And I got to see that amazing play coming out to him. He really broke Mobizilla. Mobizilla, who's an experienced player, really broke him down today and said, you know what, your play is against me. And we saw that. We definitely did.
Yeah, and the clash of two worlds, the old god versus the new god, and it looks like the new god is reigning supreme in this situation and supreme of the entire league as well. With that, of course, he's going to take the top of the table. And I mean, what a story to follow for Bobo Beast, because coming out of, season 4, we had a lot of eyes on him already because he made it to that grand final. We were like, oh my goodness, maybe he's going to become the better beast in this situation against the Beast Bianchi, but didn't really happen. Now we're looking at it, and I mean, the stonks are high, guys. If you're not buying into Bobo Beast stonks, now's the time. Get your credit cards out, swipe, because he is just adding to it. And I mean, now with the goals, it's gonna be so difficult especially if he doesn't lose any mamming, and especially if anybody below him loses out on a couple of games, it's going to be difficult for anybody to really take that first place position from him at this point, I feel.
No, definitely. I mean, he's beaten everyone, if I'm not mistaken, or almost
he
everyone.
drew against Young Savage. It was quite an interesting one as well. 2-2. I remember it because 2-2. He was in the lead for the whole leg.
Yeah.
And then just squanders it pretty much right at the very end. So he actually could have won almost all of his games thus far, guys, if he didn't have a really bad week at that time.
Yeah, no, you see, and a draw against Young Savage, good, but he's there to answer to everyone else, and going forward the next 2 weeks could potentially mean that he has rematch ups again against some of the competitive players that he's already had a chance at, a go at. But I really feel like to be at the top right now. Goal difference is amazing. So, Mobizilla not winning this one also means, we spoke about it, that playoffs, there could potentially be a situation where it doesn't work out for him because he managed to lose that one over there. But it's still a long way to go. These weeks that are coming up, it's going to feel like years for some of these guys. And I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, it's definitely going to feel like years, maybe even centuries for some of these players. It's going to be interesting to hear, especially maybe a few talking points of what Snare would say about the situation, because, I mean, Snare was especially gassing up, Mobizilla here and there. Like, he's still got some fight in him, but, I mean, Snare, real end story of this one.
What I think is I am divesting of... Wait, hold up. I'm getting a quick call. Julio, what's up, man? Listen, I need you to drop the beast from your name because we've got a new beast in town. It's Bobo that is out here right now. My goodness. I am beyond impressed by what we just saw coming out from the young man there. We spoke about it before the game started, that usually Bobo Beast finds himself having an advantage against some of the more experienced players, against some of those who have been sitting at the top of the mountain. But, whew, today, he's making a very strong argument that he needs to drop the underdog FC from his name as well within the game because he just had a phenomenal performance. The thing about how he performed here today, we've seen many times within the Umzansi Esports League that the lower rated player or the less experienced player has to do some amazing shock surprises. Hell, earlier today, we saw when Darth Mayhem was playing up against Divac, all of his goals came from either corner kicks, long balls, sort of phenomenal scenarios. Here, it was complete control from start to finish coming in from Bobo Beast. The goals that he scored, they were not lucky at all. It was very considered. In fact, I'm actually a bit disappointed in Bobo Beast. If he was on the mark and striking with more accuracy, he could easily have added 3, 4, even 5 goals to his tally here. He was completely on the money. Normally, we see Mobizilla play with a much more team formation, bringing the ball from the back with his entire squad to move into a goal. This time around, completely prevented from doing so because the entire game was controlled by Bobo Beast. He is now rewarded at the top of the 14 goal difference, 13 points. 1 draw, 0 losses. Arrow, is there anybody that can stop the true beast of this competition?
No, there isn't. At this point, when you look at him in action, going against someone who is very experienced, he has those hidden secrets in FIFA. And I mean, if you look at the social presence out from Mobizilla, he's always sending out some of the tips and stuff that you could apply to FIFA. So the man studies the game. The man knows what he's doing when it comes to the game. But that second half, first leg just shows that the Old Testament of the FIFA Bible isn't going to be working when the Bobo Beast applies this new knowledge, this New Testament of play, and he really owned it, and he took full advantage of those gameplays. I mean, when we talked about it, what I was saying was coming into existence. If Mobizilla lost the ball into an interception, it was almost as if it was a guaranteed goal for Bobo Beast, and he took advantage of it. The crosses, the long plays, the long runs coming out from Suarez, Bale, Dybala. He really just owned it, and he took advantage of that situation because he knew that the gas, the stamina was not there in the first leg. But not only that, second leg, things changed around. Mobizilla has decided, okay, well, let me divert back to my book. Let me change a few scriptures over there and let's apply it over there. New kit, new me. But it wasn't enough for him. First half, second leg, no goals whatsoever, and then he manages to score the first one. But then you know what, we see the likes of Boba posting these goal scoring opportunities. But then you ask the question, why didn't he just add 4 or 5 goals over there? I feel also too comfortable. He's playing around the goalkeeper. He's sending it back to the goalkeeper. He's taking long range shots that just go far wide, where he could have been far much composed and more comfortable in that situation. We understand Bobo Beast, you're out your cage, you're let loose. But sometimes a little bit coming back into reality will give you a far much better advantage to your opponents. But I still have to comprehend that he is really looking good over here.
Yeah, and I mean, wait, I have to touch on one crucial thing that we didn't notice on that table, guys. Beast Bianchi is back in top 4 because of how much of a lashing that was from Bobo Beast. Mobizilla just lost all of his goal difference and is now sitting at 5th place. I mean, that is going to have to be a big talking point coming into next week.
I mean, not only did he lose all of his goal difference to bring him down to 4th position, before this today, Tendo, he was 2nd in overall goal difference in the league. And now, just from one outing against Bobo Beast, he finds himself slipping down the card into 5th position. If things were to end as they do look right now, he would be out of contention for being in the playoffs. But that just tells you exactly how competitive the Umzansi Esports League is. It tells you how important not just each and every game is, but each and every goal that is scored within FIFA 22 can have major ramifications for your future. And right now, Bobo Beast's future is much more secured from a strong performance coming out of him today. Of course, now we have to move on, though, gentlemen. I would love to just sit here and celebrate how well he did for the evening, but we still have some more esports world. PUBG Mobile will still be coming up this evening. So Bobo Beast, we will allow him to go celebrate, rest his laurels on the fact that he is guaranteed for the playoffs and right now sitting at the top of the leaderboard. We'll be seeing if anybody else can chase after him, but like Tendo mentioned, that will be coming up next week. So you want to make sure that you do not miss any single second of the action brought to you by these incredible gentlemen. Tendo Plays, Arrow, thank you so much for your efforts today, boys. And everybody at home, please go ahead and thank them in the social sphere at Tendo Plays on the Twitters and pretty much everywhere, at Arrow_OG_ on Twitter and pretty much everywhere as well. Give them your love, give them your hype. Let them know how much you enjoyed the action they brought you today. Now, of course, we're going to be moving towards PUBG Mobile, so stick around. Do not go anywhere because the 5th season of the Umzansi Esports League will continue in just a moment. We'll see you then. Welcome one and all back again to the Umzansi Esports League. The 5th season will continue this evening. We finished and wrapped up FIFA 22. So now, of course, it is time to move on to the maps of PUBG Mobile to see how many of these squads will be able to get themselves into the next stage of the competition. And of course, how many of these can set them a good position into championship weekend. Of course, to help you bring this action will be once again DK and Actfire. Gentlemen, welcome back. What's going on? Actfire, you weren't with us yesterday. How are you feeling, good sir? And how are you feeling about today's evening of events?
For me, I just want to see, teams like 10X, who haven't been doing so well, sort of like step up their game today, and just let's come back with that fire. I mean, yeah. Let's see how that goes today. Yeah.
You want them to bring the fire, lol. Act fire with the fire. Obviously, that's going to be the case. DK, good sir, how are you feeling this evening? And are we going to get any surprises from the proceedings of tonight's events?
Well, I definitely do hope that we are going to be getting a few surprises come through. Already yesterday, we saw quite a beautiful step up coming through from several of the teams managing to actually get themselves out of that danger zone. But again, today we sit with another situation. We've got a few teams that are finding themselves close to that promotion relegation slot. And if they want to progress forward, right, they're definitely going to have to step it up. And like Tony was saying, the players there from 10X being one of those teams that really need to bring it all together in today's matches.
Of course, they're going to need to present their best foot forward in the day's events. And of course, to yet again present you with the maps that we have selected here in PUBG Mobile. I say selected, but this is just what we standardly play within the competitive sphere of PUBG Mobile. So looking at the maps that we have before us, earlier on today, we finished FIFA. Now that we get into the PUBG Mobile side of things, we, as usual, will be starting on Erangel. Sanhok will follow immediately afterwards, and then we'll round out proceedings onto Miramar. Of course, with the way that the game is evolving here at Actfire, we had an update last week which has already had some pretty dramatic impacts on how these teams are approaching the game state. What are we making of Erangel today? Yesterday, it was a very slow and considered affair between groups A and D. Tonight, now that we have groups B and C, not only are these groups a little bit more competitive since it's a bit stacked in terms of the teams already in the top 16, many of them occupy groups B and C, but given that these teams also have a little bit less to play for outside of the squads like 10X, for example, are we going to have teams be just a bit more forward-facing on Erangel, not worrying too much about the placement points and just playing their game as it stands?
For me, I mean, at the stage where we're at in the season, a lot of those teams are going to try as much as possible to just, get the placement points as much as they can and, be a little bit careful. But you cannot escape, fighting and, things getting aggressive towards that final circle. So no matter what they do, if you have a match where people are prioritizing, those placement points, it means that we're going to have a crazy final circle. And I think that that's what's going to happen in the first game.
I'm looking forward to seeing how those teams match up there. And of course, they are all playing not simply for the pride of being considered the best of the best within the African continent, but for this all too sweet prize pool. $17,600 in total, 15,100 of it going through here into the PUBG Mobile side of things. Of course, this gets split in very interesting ways here, DK. When you look at FIFA, it's like, well, it's one huge chunk of money for one individual person. You only have to worry about your own performance. Though that $3,600 at the top is a lot of money. It is an incredible amount of scratch. However, you're not getting it alone. So there's a lot of different dynamics in ensuring that your team cohesion stays clear so that you're not salty and fighting each other on the way to that money.
I mean, we know this is not only a physical competition, it's also a little bit of a mental competition as well, right? They need to bring in that pacing, and the more synergy the teams are able to bring out on towards the battlefield, the higher we can see them place on the overall standings, and that also then translates into even more of that prize money share coming on towards them.
Absolutely. The prize money, unfortunately, everybody that participates in the Umzansi Esports League, brought to you by Nodwin Gaming Africa, will be in part getting some of the scratch, $95 just for being able to participate. But you want to get yourself out of that bottom 16 and get into the top so you can keep competing for the money down into the stretch of championship weekend. Of course, one of the big things about how this is all spread out here at Actfire is the fact that you mentioned it earlier. If you're like in these bottom 8, right, from 29, 32, 25, 28, 21, 24, it's not simply a thing of, well, we're not getting as much money as we might want to otherwise. now you're starting to think about next season. We might not be in a position to get this money as easily as we are getting it this season. You're now suddenly competing with teams from the Nkosi Super Cup just to stay in the division writ large. How much of an impact does that have outside of just the money? What do the teams have to think about when they are close to the brink as it stands?
I mean, for me, a lot of these teams, especially the ones who are going to be going down all the way to compete with a team, Consi, what they've got to think about is, what got them here in the first place, right? I mean, they have battled it out through very, very tough circumstances, every single week throughout the Consi last season, and played the qualifiers rounds to make it all the way into the Umzansi, right? It's really tough. You understand? So for them, I understand that they might be facing some, confidence issues right now, but they've got to remember the hurdles that they face to get here, and somehow be able to rekindle that fire that they had, getting to this particular point. That's just what they sort of like need to find. I do get that it's a different, style of play as compared to the Nkansi that's very, fast paced, but yeah, maybe they can just try to find that fire that brought them here in the first place.
That's actually a very good point that is very often overlooked, is the fact that every single team that is here in the Umzansi Esports League are winners in their own right. They might not have come away winning tournaments, but you have to be better than a substantial amount of teams within the region just to be able to participate here in the Umzansi Esports League. Several teams still waiting in the wings in the Nkosi Super Cup. Several teams still waiting beneath them as well, trying to make their way up their leaderboard, trying to make their name known as the next up-and-coming team within Africa. So it certainly is the case that when you're in this position, there's a lot to think about. But, like you're mentioning there, Akfire, you can rest and sort of rely on the fact that you already have some degree of a winning mentality coming into this one. But here, DK, who are we expecting to come up this evening? We already know that 10x Fire need to be able to demonstrate a much better performance than what they've showed us up until this point. But who are we really expecting to make a massive mark? We know that Solo Esports has already been playing really well as well. Team Zimbi, we had some shades of okayness last week, still a little bit inconsistent from them. But I want an isolation of a squad that we really have to pay close attention to this evening.
Well, if we're going to be taking a look at the teams, I'm definitely expecting a strong push to come through from Your Killer Is, right? They currently find themselves situated in that 23rd position, 66 points to their name. But I want to see them potentially try and, advance themselves up a little bit further up those overall standings, because we know all the teams positioned down below them are all potentially going to be trying to vie for a slot in the top 24, right? That is what currently is on the table. That is what the teams are playing for. And looking at that position, we find the players from Your Killer Is in. They are kind of the gatekeepers at this point in time. So there's going to be a lot of pressure, especially on them. So they need to be performing at top form as much as they can today.
Absolutely. And Akfire, there are some other squads that might not be at the very bottom that need to make that big climb up, but more in look of trying to solidify the position in the mid-table. We saw G3 Temper from Group B. Here, of course, we have teams like Team Lag, Black Clover as well, who are just looking to find that one solitary decent performance that will allow them to at least have a bit of breathing room going into the semifinals. So in terms of that, which teams do we think are we going to see today? The new gatekeepers. We already spoke about Your Killer Is. Zero Tolerance Skills already have sort of solidified themselves at the very top. Team Apex as well doesn't actually have to worry about the day's events. So given that I'm expecting those kind of squads to maybe lay low a bit, who else is there? Well, whose game is ripe for the taking now that might need these points just as much as, say, a Your Killer Is as well? I'll be definitely watching out to see if these teams can certainly level up their performance, figure out a way to just try find a way to make sure they can solidify their placement points and their eliminations so that they're not going into these last couple of weeks of league play in an awkward position. Everybody needs to remember that here today, this is week 5, the second day of this week, but it's also the final day of week 5, which means that after next week, we're going to be in a very awkward position where there's not that many game days left, DK. Today is potentially the last bite at the cherry to try and make that deep and final push for a lot of these squads. So given that's on the line, are we expecting some of these teams to crumble under the mental pressure so close to the semifinals?
Well, that's definitely an option, right? Because we've spoken about this a few times, right? A lot of mentality comes into this, and the teams are really being put to the test. So it's not only going to be a test of their skills out on the battlefield, but also looking to see how they are able to perform mentally. So, yes, I think we could be expecting a few teams to feel that pressure really starting to mount. But, of course, this could also be an absolutely great opportunity for teams now to try and solidify their positionings, at least up into the top 24.
All right, before we get into it, though, because we are about to begin our Erangel matchup, DK, I'm going to start with you. Let's hear it. Prediction. How many phases are we getting and how many teams are going to be in that final zone?
I'd say 6 phases, and we'll have 4 teams in the last phase.
Ooh. 6-4. All right. Actfire, hit me with it. We have you back on the mic again. How much are you expecting in terms of teams in the final zone, and how many phases are going to be taking place before we get there?
I'm gonna go with DK on this one, but I'll say 5 teams in the final zone, so 6-5.
6-5. I mean, that is, for the most part, we've been seeing a lot of that happening when we do have the first matchup of Erangel. However, yesterday, in the immediate aftermath of the patch that we had last week, we saw a market change up. Several teams, I think it was like 13 in zone number 6. No, it was 13 zone 5 and then 10 zone 6. It was kind of ridiculous what happened yesterday. I am hoping, in my own personal opinion, that we get that same degree of chaos. So I'm going to be a bit more on the limb on this one in terms of predictions. I think we're going to get 7 facing 7 teams. Let's go 7-7. That sounds like a very nice spread of odds in that situation. Of course, we have to remember that today is a performance that can really change the outlook for many of these squads. Today is the day that you can solidify your placement within the semifinals, or today is the day that you find yourself so low down the overall leaderboard that you have no other option but to prepare yourself for the promotion relegation playoffs. A lot is still to come here in the Umzansi Esports League, brought to you by Nodwin Gaming Africa. And this first map of Erangel will determine many of those questions for us. As we get into it, this is going to be this big match for the day. And before we get into it, we have to remind everybody that we've got 2 of the greatest casters on the continent to bring it to you. DK, Actfire, take it away, gentlemen, for this opening map of Erangel. I'll talk to you after the game.
Thank you so much, Snare. What a beautiful intro that was. But of course, now it is time for action as we hop straight in to see what the players here from 10X are going to be bringing to the battlefield. Of course, our zone is sitting all the way down in towards that southwestern side. Now, Tony, this is where things are going to be so important, right? We've got a few teams sitting below those 24 slots, right? A few of them finding themselves in a little bit of a danger position. XO Redefined, Energy. We've spoken about the players here from 10X Africa, but we also see a squad like Royal Demo X finding themselves right there on the very edge, right? Then that, of course, can all change with a few good, consistent performances coming through here today. But it does seem like, it's going to be quite a tough play for these teams to get themselves situated.
Yeah, definitely. You can see a couple of those teams already hopping into the vehicle, looking for places to loot. You see Zero Tolerance as well as Solo Esports. There's 2 teams currently who are challenging for the top spots within the map. So obviously we will be looking for some action because Solo Esports obviously was dethroned off that top spot, and definitely will be looking to get themselves on on the top of that leaderboard again. If not for anything, just their confidence. Lag Esports is another team that needs to begin to show how good they are as well. Again, Maz not too far away from a team. So yeah, it's a really good day. But the team that I'm really concerned about is teams like Energy, teams like 10X, who are coming into the Umzansi right for the first time, and I don't want them to go without an experience, without a even if you're going back into the Umzansi, one of the things that I've seen from some teams who have come into the Umzansi and they get beaten out, is that some of them just go into extinction. You know, I've seen it with some teams. They lose confidence so much that you know they just fall out, and that's because there's such a psychological trauma for them because they didn't enjoy their time. So I'm hoping that 10x might have one or two games, win or lose, whether they go back into relegation playoffs, where they actually do have like a nice game. They build that confidence again within their team, and they're able to show what they're capable of.
Yeah, I mean that mental fortitude is quite a bit of a challenging thing, right? Especially as the teams get accustomed to the duration, the length of these events, right? It starts to build up a little bit more of a resistance, if you can put it that way, right? They get kind of in the habit of constantly having to apply that mental pressure to what it is that they're trying to bring out onto the battlefield. And that is where, a lot of times, as you've pointed out, right, where a few teams start to fall off a little bit because things aren't just aren't lining up for them the way that they would have wanted to. But it's all part of that learning process, and we have seen a few teams really being able to flourish on that. They really have good synergy, and I do think that plays quite a big part in the success of a team, is how well the individual players get along with each other and how kind of in sync they are, because a lot of times you need to ensure that you've got the appropriate amount of communications. You just need things to just kind of click for that team.
Exactly. Just like you said right there. Communication is everything when it comes to this team. I do hope that 10x sort of like gets that the boys some energy as well. I do see them making those rotations quite early. Fear Esports, as we do see right now, is another team that has sort of like rejuvenated their play style this season. I'm not sure exactly what it is for them. I do see some new names like King, like Tratra. Maybe that's somehow their gameplay has just sort of like improved. They've been that sort of like silent team within the Umzansi. But right now we're seeing some action going down between the boys from EXO Redefined, as Maz has already taken down two players, and as you can see, their frag just getting into his vehicle and hitting another player from EXO out of the game. So two players from EXO Redefined caught right there sleeping as they do get taken out from the game
Yeah.
quite early on. Oof.
Yeah, getting caught with your hand on the steering wheel is not the most ideal position to be in, especially if it's out on the open road, as we could see where this engagement went down. But I mean, this was an absolutely essential performance coming through now for the players here from Mars, right? They were sitting in 26th place coming into today's matches. So whatever points they can find is going to be absolutely crucial for them, for their success, and potentially seeing them advancing further up. Know that they've been able to find those two eliminations that we saw come through. Aimless, of course, picking up the one, and Z Good picking up the other. Now they come in with those quick repositionings as the zone has, still kind of maintained that western position. But we're seeing a lot of teams starting to trickle into that more centered region, right? A little bit of congestion coming in on the east as kind of expected. The teams that we saw dropping to that eastern side coming through with the rotations, trying to get themselves ahead of that blue zone, and do so in the nick of time before actually having to worry about the damage that is going to be dealt. And that seems to be kind of the play that we have here, right? Very few teams are anywhere near the blue zone. Everyone is pretty much situated within this coming phase. So I'm excited to see what the teams are going to be bringing through with regards to those positionings. And even if we look at a team like Black Clover, for instance, we've got them all the way down in towards that Primorsk spot, right? So that is going to be a beautiful setup for them because they need to try and survive as long as they possibly can, and then also look at finding a few more eliminations just to increase the amount of points that they can acquire in this match.
Yeah, definitely. You said it. You said it. You said it all. But my take right now is when I look at the current leaderboard, right, DK, and I look at the bottom teams, they're filled up with a lot of teams who are just coming all the way from the country. My take to them is, guys, you got to find a way to fight it and stay within the Mzanzi, because if you're thinking about relegations, the teams that are coming all the way from the Mzanzi, like Navika, I mean, these are teams that are extremely wild, man. I think this is your chance to stay within the Umzansi. I mean, if you're watching this later on, you got to find a way to, you got to find a way to stay in, because you don't want to beat those guys, the new and Conti boys that are coming in. That I mean, you have guys like UAE, right, struggling in the country right now, right? You have Citizens Gaming, who were already in the Mzansi. You have outsiders as well. So these are very, like, experienced teams, and it's now or never, for guys like EXO Redefined. Unfortunately, they've lost two players within this game already. Maz as well, we saw them getting into the action right there. They're currently sitting at 26 spot. So it's like, you know th- they've got to get away from that spot where 8 teams get taken out of the game. But right now we're seeing a lot of teams making those rotation. Your killer is getting shut up by both Solo Esports and Fear Esports. um what do you think, DK? Do you who I mean, with the body language you're seeing so far, who do you think is potentially going to be maybe taking home this game? Like who's your money on for now? Mine is on
Oh, I
Solo
mean,
Esports.
so your money's on Solo Esports. Okay,
Hmm.
well, I can see why you say that, right? But uh, in my opinion, I think it's a little bit early to make that call just yet, because we know that things can swing whichever way as the teams start moving in. But for the time being, it's still, yeah, I can't really make any clear distinction as to who it could be. But I'm quite hopeful for the positionings coming through for the players of Desert Flame, aka G3 Temper, and then also looking at the position coming through from Royal Demo X, right? A good spot that they've been able to move up in towards, very centered in towards the zone itself. And that is going to allow them a good opportunity to have a bit of a look around, see if they can identify any potential threats that could be heading up in towards their direction. And speaking about threats, right, we can see a few teams now experiencing a few difficulties. It is going to be the players there from Zero Tolerance and 10X coming into a bit of engagement over on towards that northwestern side of the zone. And this is quite unfortunate for 10X, right, because they've been having such a tough run. It does seem like they are, for some reason, still managing to find themselves in a less than ideal kind of rotation once they come in with those those pathways to get themselves resituated back into the zone.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot more studying, teams rotations that the IGL from 10X needs to do, because they've been in this sort of like situations where they've been getting caught up by several different teams, while they're rotating into the zone in more than 2 to 3 matches now. I've actually seen this happening. So they've got to do more when it comes to the decision making in this sort of circumstances. I do remember the team that they remind me of, that I'm hoping that doesn't happen to them. It was a team called Blank Legion. I'm not sure if you remember them.
Mm.
They came into the Mzansi, and they sort of had like a very similar experience. And then after that, I've not heard anything about them anymore. They're just probably gone. And I'm hoping that doesn't happen to 10X. But what they've got to do is start making bold moves, and try as much as possible to see if they can imagine if they can take out a team that is as big as maybe Solo Esports, for example. What that would do for the confidence. But I just think that hasn't happened for them right now. That just that spark, and they keep finding themselves in these situations where they're trying to rotate, they're trying to get into the zone quite early. If that's not working, then maybe just try and edge it out a little bit. Just
Mm.
played, just try and avoid, fights as much as you can and get into that top four. So, but it's not looking good for them sitting down in that 30-second spot.
It's going to be a tough one, definitely, for these teams to try and get themselves out of that, the less than favorable positions. But, I mean, one thing that I'm liking, though, looking at where this next zone has shifted, right? You can see a little bit of that up on the mini-map. But that means that we've got a nice centered zone, nearly focused right down on towards chopsticks, right? Now, I'm a big fan of these chopsticks, Gatka kind of engagements coming through here, as it really capabilities, looking to see what it is that they can muster once the pressure really starts to mount. But I mean, a lot of teams now trying to get themselves set up. We can see, of course, the players from Royal Demo X just up ahead of the squad here from G3 Temper, just holding onto their compound, going to be trying to stay as hidden as they can possibly manage. But then as we jump across, we can see the players here from Your Killer is also now trying to hold on to that position just a little bit further north of where we were at. Now, Your Killer is going to be one of those teams that are in the kind of gatekeeping position, right, with regards to the overall standings. So I'm really going to be looking to see what they can pull out of this, because you also got to take into consideration, after today, there's only 1 day left for each of the groups to improve their standings on the leaderboard. So whatever the teams are not able to kind of pull off today, they really have to then try and focus all their efforts coming through in their final day of play, because there's got to be so much on the table. As we know, right, only the top 24 teams rather will be moving through to the next phase, and that promotion relegation could be a little bit of a psychological game on these teams as well. So I'm hoping to see them really step it up.
Yeah, definitely. Teams like, Team Inzimbi, Your Killer is, like you mentioned, we'll be trying as much as possible to get out of that, gatekeeping position. I don't think it's a really great place for, a team like Your Killer is, with all the firepower that they have, to be in, because the teams that are below them would definitely be looking to step things up away from, you have TBC, who you have teams like Mars. We've seen them in action today. Royal Demo X, who will be looking to grab themselves some extra points, and one bad game coming in from Team Zimbi or Your Killer is could see them get into that relegation spot. So it's a really, really tough time, especially psychologically, for a lot of these teams, on how, what decisions that they have to take. But I'm looking at guys like EXO Redefined as well. I'm really surprised that they're in the spot that they are, but they've also, just like 10X, found themselves in some bad rotations as well, and getting caught up, like we did see them in the game, with Mars. But we'll see how this game continues to progress. Like we did mention, before the game started, it was going to be slow. A lot of these guys are going to, just prioritize, placement points all the way towards that final circle. We might be seeing, just like you predicted, maybe about 7 teams in that final circle, and then things just going crazy. But we do see Zero Tolerance coming up against the boys from Energies in that relegation spot, just, one position above 10X, and we do see 2 players already have been gone down and taken out.
Yeah, we see those trades coming through, but of course now Royal Demo X also going to be looking to get themselves back up in towards the zone. Of course, the team from Mars are going to be keeping a little bit of a stronghold on towards them. As you can see, that beautiful high position just being utilized. We've got Aimless and the rest of the teams there, or rest of the players rather, from Mars. Birch up high, Aimless up on the roof. Tries now to make a few shots down on towards Royal Demo. But of course, Cha not going to let that happen just yet, as they are quick to hop into the vehicles. Going to be looking to rotate a little bit further along towards that western side. But as we can see up on the screen, right, this is going to be a really bad decision, because they got so many teams positioned just in front of them. And they could have actually gone towards the east, I would have said. But now rushing right into this pressure cooker situation. That is so unfortunate for Royal Demo. But fortunately, they are, of course, able to find a few of those hits coming straight down onto Your Killers. We can see Hasbot and the rest of the squad now trying to defend their honor, as they find themselves in a pretty sticky situation, right? We've got G3 just over towards that western edge as well. So whatever happens on this hillside, they need to be super cautious. Fear also up in the mix. So this is where we can see that pressure really being on the teams.
Yeah, and this is exactly what we did speak about, coming into this game, like, guys like Royal Demo X getting into the mix right there. But you can see G3 Temper having, one player getting taken out. They're fighting it out right here. Six God has got to find a way to keep his team in this game. But the boys from Fear just coming in right there. We spoke about them, earlier on, about how they have somehow been able to just rejuvenate the team right here. And you can see them taking out the boys of GT Temper right there, getting themselves 4 kills in the lobby so far. They're not in any danger when it comes to where they are at in the leaderboard, but my goodness, what a performance coming in from them right there. You do see the boys from Your Killer is not too far away from the position within that And what about that move coming in from Fear? At some point in time, I thought the boys from GT Temper had that. You know,
I mean, Fearless. Fearless, they looked fearless, right? I mean, that was such a beautiful push coming through there from them, just rushing in. And with that, we can see, of course, quite a few teams now starting to find their way back into the lobby as the engagements are starting to line up that zone, staying down on towards the southern side. So this is a great opportunity for the players here from Fear to get themselves resituated, get those meds, get themselves recalculated, and then start pushing further and further up in towards the zone. From Mars also now packing their bags, making their way on over, and with that, it is now the opportunity for Your Killer Is and Fear to show a little bit of dominance coming in from the southern edge, but they still need to be quite watchful because we can see the players solo now starting to descend, coming in from that western edge, and this could only mean that the teams are really going to be finding their hands jam-packed with opposing players and teams up ahead of them. As you can see, of course, still 27 players left, 8 teams remaining. And we are about to hop into that 6th phase. And looking at the position we're in, these Gatka fields, right, it's very open, not a lot of compounds to make much use of. So this is where the teams are going to find themselves in a really sticky situation really, really quickly.
I think I'm about to get that money. We got 7 teams now. We're about to get into that 6th phase. As long as one team doesn't die, then my prediction was right. All right.
I don't know what money you're talking about. I mean, clearly I missed something along the line, but now, it's still down to, looking at the zone. You can see, look at the congestion coming in here. We got Lag, we got Fear, we got Your Killer Is just crammed in towards the south. The northern edge of that zone also looking absolutely formidable. So I'm so glad I'm not on that battlefield right now, because if I knew what I know now, being there, I mean, wow, that looks just so intimidating.
Yeah, definitely. Looking at the boys from Your Killer Is the position that they're at. They do need this points right now more than anyone else, and they've got the boys from Lag Esports as well on their tail. You can already see one player going down on Lag Esports. They do know how to take on fights like this. They've been in Umzansi for quite long, and off goal and none. He gets taken down as well. Zero and his boys are not holding back. They're going in for the juggler of the boys from Your Killer Is, and you can see them already beginning to make that push. Fear Esports might also be in some trouble. You can see right there, Fantasy. They're sending in the mollies and taking him down. Boom! Down goes the boys from Your Killer Is as they do get sent out of the lobby right there. They're now turning their sights onto the boys from Fear Esports, and will they be able to hold back the boys from Lag Esports just like they did G3? Or will this be the end of the boys from Fear?
Well, only time will tell which it will be, but I'm liking the aggression being shown here by Lag. Definitely not holding back, trying to send out as many of those utilities they can find. As we can see, Fantasy now finding a beautiful reach right into Fear, and this is where they're going to be put to the test, looking to see if they can move in and maybe find an extra bit of that closure, as they've been zone blessed once again. The rest of the lobby still having to try and push their way further and further forward. But looking at the northern side, right, it is going to be so terrifying for the teams to try and get themselves secured back in towards the zone. But they've got a bit of an opportunity here, because Lag and Fear, they are so focused on each other, they have not even bothered to look further towards the north. And now we can see the players there from Solo also inching their way in. We've got the players there coming through from Raptor inching in on the side. And with that, it is going to be 1-9 to find a beautiful spray down. But Lag still have the numbers advantage, and they are in such a good position to get that closure right down on towards the squad from Fear.
Now, just before this game started, we did talk about Lag, one of those teams who firepower, a lobby like this, and they're definitely showing it right now. We still got the boys from Solo Esports, who I did put my money on. Early on in the game, they've got a couple of players with, still in the game. We got the boys from Energy as well. They somehow have managed to stay within this game right now. Zero tolerance as well. We're one of the contenders on that top. But it's a very crazy one, because the boys from Lag are just really storming it right now. It does look like, they're on some steroids and just taking out everybody. Currently sitting down on 10 kills. There's still about 5 teams to go. And my goodness, DK, this was not a performance. I do know that they have the firepower, but I was not seeing them come in with this amount of, zeal in this game.
Yeah, absolute devastation getting dealt all across the board. But Lag still looking absolutely absolutely unstoppable as they now just hold on to the high ground. We can see the players there from Raptor also trying to get a bit of a push as they find that shot on towards Tra. And with that, we are down to only 4 remaining teams. Players here from Raptor going to be pushing in from that eastern edge, still playing on that high ground. Lag, of course, Fear still in the swing of things, are going to be looking to see if they can maybe find a good play to make from this point. But Solo taking a very, very cautious approach. They want to try and ride out that quiet position that they're in, trying to stay hidden for as long as they can possibly manage. But look at this now. They've been pretty much spotted out. Fantasy now just fishing for a few of those hit markers, trying to see if they can maybe find something in and out of that smoke. But Solo also stepping in with a few hits of their own. I'm liking that buggy utilization. As you can see, Alternix just hopping on that back seat just to get a quick little bird's eye view of what's going on. But unfortunately, there's not much information to gather. But yet again, Lag being absolutely zone blessed. And now they can just continue to hold on to this dominating position that they find themselves in.
Oh man, the boys from Lags, just taking out every single team. As you do see the boys from Fear getting sent out right there in 4th place, and Lag Esports now can just go on and clean that particular lobby. You do see the boys from Solo Esports, they're down to the 1 player right here as Ultimate is trying as much as possible to see if he can get that rev on. He's really close to getting eliminated from the game, and boom, just like that, you can see the boys from Lag Esports take out the last player from Solo, and right now all they got to worry about it. So we're currently seeing that with 2 players. It does look favorable that the boys from Black Esports are going to be taking this one home. They did just storm the entire lobby, took out a lot of players, and now all they have to do is focus on the last 2 guys right here. And boom, winner, chicken dinner for Black Esports.
Yeah.
Damn,
it's at this point where I would say that Lag would be my team to win this match, and they did exactly that. I know it was really late on that prediction, but you know what? Well done to Lag. I was just lagging behind with my prediction. That's what was happening. Right, 15 eliminations, 30 points in total. That is going to be an absolute baller of a match coming through for Lag. We know they started the day off in 13th position, but we could see them really now advancing their way up that leaderboard. So what a way to kick off the day, and what a way to close out Erangel.
What a way indeed. Team Lag definitely not lagging. They might have gotten those gigabit connections because they seem to be looking into the future on this one. 15 eliminations, 30 points being dropped, 2,500 damage. That is quite a lot coming out of the squad right here, but what a phenomenal game from them. The thing that impressed me most, though, at the end of the day here at Agfire wasn't the fact that they were popping off with these eliminations, was just how confident they looked. From the moment they dropped down, it felt like Team Lag knew exactly what they wanted to do, when they wanted to do it. They did not seem as flustered as we've often seen them coming up until this point. You were talking about it beforehand, that there's a lot of these squads that today is a day they're going to start showing their level up. And Team Lag has never been awful, but today, my God, they looked stellar, didn't they?
Yeah, definitely. I did mention before the game started that there's a lot of teams that do have that firepower, but we've not seen them, quite get into the performances or just get into the rhythm. And Lag Esports is one of those teams. G3 Tempo as well. But my goodness, I was surprised, not because of the performance in itself, but how they did it. How they were very aggressive, how they were just, going at every single team over and over again. And, they weren't just doing it because they just wanted to be aggressive. You could see that it almost seemed like there was like an external coach, just directing the entire flow. And I did enjoy it. It was really nice to see.
It was absolutely wonderful to watch here, DK. There was certainly a puppet master in charge right now of Lag Esports to allow them to perform to this level. But what do you think has changed for them in terms of their internal communication as a team coming up until this point? You mentioned it yourself that this one performance has practically doubled or even a little bit more where they were previously in the overall standings. What do you think changed between the performances we've seen from them up until this point into what we saw from them today?
A lot more decisiveness that has come through from them, right? It was also a very synergistic performance from the side there of Lag, right? You could see the comms coming through between the players, and that seems to be kind of the focus point for them. Like it seems like they've put a lot of effort in improving their comms, maintaining the focus, and ensuring that they can just utilize everything at their disposal.
Absolutely. And now we'll be seeing, of course, the match MVP. It would be beyond belief if it's somebody that's not on the side of Lag Esports. And oh wow. Okay, I believe it's going to be tested today here. Zero tolerance skills still coming away with 7 eliminations for Skydo. I mean, this is something that we've seen ZTS do time and time again, where even if they might not end very highly in the placement points here at Fire, they still somehow always walk away with a massive amount of eliminations. I think it was for the first 3 weeks, they had 2 players occupying the top 5 overall eliminations leaderboard. So it seems that that is going to be no matter what, where Zero Tolerance Skills is applying their focus and their pressure in these games.
I mean, definitely. I'm not surprised. Like, Skydo needs no introductions. He's been, at this level for quite a long time. So for me, there are no surprises here. But there's great stuff to him. Congratulations, getting those eliminations for your team, and just keep it up.
I certainly want to see them keep it up once we get into our second map of the day. Of course, this kind of performance coming in from ZTS, but mostly from Team Lag, will earn them a huge haul of these total points here, as the match ranking will have Team Lag at the very top. For the second day in a row, we're going to be having a team dropping the 30 bomb in one of these maps here. However, DK, today, we're just talking about ZTS having this much more elimination-centric game. Look at this delta. Look at the change. Very even from Team Lag. 15 points, 15 eliminations. ZTS, it's literally lopsided. Very few placement points. But my God, those eliminations carried them so far up. And a lot of these squads beneath them, your Raptors, your Solos, your Fears, cannot help but be extremely upset by what it feels like being stolen away, their placement points, just given how Zero Tolerance, how well they did in their regression.
I mean, Skydo is the GOAT. He's broken. The guy's cracked. That's what we see time and time again. And I mean, it serves the team exceptionally well because they are still able to rake in a lot of those points. And I mean, it's much needed because I mean, Zero Tolerance, they're up in 4th place right now. They got there through a lot of aggression. As we can see, the eliminations coming in. There was only 3 teams that really ran away with the aggression there. We got From Mars coming in with those 7 elims, and then of course Zero Tolerance and Lag hitting those double digits, but that's not easy to accomplish. Going into these lobbies, it's still some really, really tough teams that you're going up against, and I do think what really worked out favorably for Lag in this situation was the fact that they were zone blessed phase after phase after phase, and there was no need for them to rotate anywhere else.
Fortune favors the bold. Luck, I believe, is a skill that one can prepare a little bit, and of course it was very favorable to them in this game. However, what has not been favorable, the map Erangel was very, very sad for these teams that are occupying these bottom 6 positions. From Black Clover to EXO Redefined, 2 points from Black Clover, 0 for EXO Redefined, practically nothing for all the teams in between them. This is a huge problem here. Teams like G3 Temper, we know what they're capable of, so they could still drop a Lag esports type performance down the card. But Act Fire, we spoke about them before we started the day. 10x Africa, Team Nzimbi. This can't happen. This is not allowed to happen. If this happens again, once we get into Sanhok, suddenly then they don't really have any viable path to continue in the Umzansi Esports League. I mean, we've already seen today from Lag Esports that they were able to make a very big change from how they've been playing from previous weeks up until now. Is it possible that 10x Africa, Team Nzimbi, even a Royal Demo X, can they make those kind of changes in the short break we have between Erangel and Sanhok?
I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure that we're going to see anything else. But what I'll say for these teams is, if you're gonna go down, then just go down swinging, right? Just go all the way for landing in hot spots, trying to be the guy who's upsetting a lot of these big teams, and maybe you may just be able to get that confidence back, right? You're already getting 1 point or no points from the game anyways, doing whatever it is you're doing now. So why not just try to switch it up? So land in paradise, try to fight, maybe take down a team or 2, maybe you get 1 or 2 kills, or maybe it doesn't work out, but just try and switch things up totally, or and then see how it goes. But yeah, definitely they're in a really, really bad spot.
DK Act5 brings up a very interesting point there. The fact that often what ends up happening in these competitions, especially in the Umzansi Esports League, where we have a much longer format than various competitions across the world, is that we start to see these teams get to that point where it's doing that's not been working at all, or do we try to do something different, which also might not work, but at the very least we are attempting to do something that might be a bit off kilter. it's a very difficult line to balance, right? Do we do what is tried and tested that we believe is effective? Do we try to steal from other people, even though we don't know necessarily how to make it work ourselves? If you're the coach right now, let's assume that you're coaching all of the teams that are currently involved in that relegation scrap. What are you trying to tell them before Sanhok kicks in? Because let's think about Lag Esports, right? You were talking about how they started this map. They started with immediate aggression and immediate purpose. And usually we don't necessarily see that on Erangel, but it worked out for them magnificently, both in eliminations and placement points. Not every squad might have the same degree of execution as a team Lag to be able to do that. But do you have any other option but to try at this point?
Well, I mean, definitely if for the teams sitting low on that leaderboard that have been trying things that have not yet succeeded, what I would say is take your stat book, if you have one, yeet it out the window, right? Make sure you've got your comms and get hella aggressive, right? Go out and just play the most aggressive game you can and have fun doing it, right? That is the most important part. Seeing that you're already in a spot where whatever you've been trying has not been working out for you, you might as well have fun while you're here. And who knows, like Tony said, right? That could really change things up. You could actually find a beautiful rhythm to come through that, and that could maybe be a bit of a saving grace for you. So I would say take it, throw the book out the window, and just go out, have fun, get as aggressive as you can, and try and upset as many teams as you could possibly do along the way.
I mean, he picks up a very good point, Actfire. Sometimes we see when teams are in this rut, what they forget crucially is that they're playing a game. We often forget that the primary thing here is to try and have fun. You can always see when a team is really enjoying themselves. They're the teams that are dropping 10 plus kills in a particular round because they're enjoying themselves. They want to try and make things happen on the map. And you can see when a team is just like, let this lobby end, man. Bring these zones closer. Let's just get the hell out of this lobby right now. How do you bring back the fun elements? Because losing isn't fun at this point in time. Obviously, we need them to throw out the stack book. We need them to try and have fun. But what would you tell some of these teams? What's the key to remembering that this is a game and that they need to enjoy themselves while they're playing it?
Whew, that is one very difficult one. I've tried hard, with a lot of teams, who have probably come to me to sort of like try to coach them and ask about the gameplay, and the one thing I find really consistent is psychology goes a very long way. Sometimes you probably need someone within that team, especially the person who's the IGL, to find a way to really encourage a lot of people, because it goes a very long way into determining like how you play, because it's all down to, remember, like I said in the beginning of the game, you are in the Umzansi, which means you can shoot. Okay, let's get that out of the way. You have the ability to aim and shoot, which means that that's there somewhere. You have the ability to rotate. You have the ability to play. So the fact that you're not doing well now is probably down to your confidence in your abilities, your confidence in yourself. So what these teams need to do is to find a way to sort of like get out of that bubble that they're in right now. And the job really lies on their IGL right now to all their coach or whoever it is within the team to sort of like start to build their morale, maybe talk to the players one-on-one, ask them what's the problem, stuff like that. They need to really work on their psyche, and that's where I find that the problem really is for a lot of players.
DK, another aspect of having a positive psyche in this game is also having a positive idea of what you want to do on the map. Of course, we did just see that Team Lag sort of upended what the meta was developing like yesterday by being as aggressive as humanly possible from jump on Erangel. Now that we are going into Sanhok, what do you think is some of the particular plays and plans that could be implemented that might give you a shock upset like what Team Lag was able to accomplish now?
Well, I mean, Sanhok is a map that is, in my opinion, aimed to aggression, right? You can step out, but also you get punished for any small mistakes you make. But it's the opportunity for teams to go out, to get aggressive, and to just, shock and awe. Bring that in, especially on a map like Sanhok. We have not really been seeing much of that. That used to be kind of the trend when Sanhok was a big thing, right? We usually see a lot of teams dropping down into bootcamp, dropping down into paradise, and, it goes for phase after phase with just gunfight after gunfight after gunfight. Now, there's a lot more of a calculated approach coming through from these teams, but I would advise the teams that are a little bit lower on that leaderboard to go out and go upset a few people, right? Go out, go make it for any of, further up that leaderboard. Go rush them, go throw nades at them, try and run them over with vehicles, do anything and everything that you could possibly find while you can still have fun at the same time. Because I have to agree, like, psychology plays a big role in this, and you got to find that thing that makes it fun for you. So whatever it is, whatever the motivation could be, find it and utilize it. And who knows, it might be your lucky day.
DK is mentioning, of course, that Sanhok is usually the map that we have the most aggression on. However, Actfire, the couple of teams that are at the bottom of the card who have found some measure of success here, that they've done two unexpected things, right? Firstly, adopting that aggression that DK was telling us about now. However, 10X, the team that we've been the hardest on today, unfortunately, but somebody has to be a punching bag. It is what it is. They have gotten themselves some decent placement points out of Sanhok by just going for these oceanic plays, hiding in the water until the last possible moment. We don't normally see that within the Umzansi Esports League. Once in a while, it does end up happening. 10X have been the only team to utilize it very successfully. I think they got, was it top 4 or top 5? I can't remember exactly which placement, but they got very high up there off of doing these sort of off-kilter strats. Do you think that there's potential for them to do something like that again? Obviously, it does require the zone to be a bit more favorable, drawing us more towards the beach rather than the center of the map. But is that a possibility if we do have a favorable zone, that we'll see some of these squads just trying to be a mermaids and hiding in the water instead of taking the fight to land?
I think the fact that you're trying to do that as a team now, no disrespect to any team who's actually doing that, that may be a tactics for you. But the problem doing that for a lot of teams is you start to build in your subconscious that you're not as good as other teams, that you're afraid of meeting other teams. And what that sort of like does is it builds this, millisecond of hesitation when it comes to, your players taking down other teams. So what you want to do in a situation like 10X is to actually go and take on fights, whether you win or lose. By the time your players get into that rhythm of, actually battling it out, taking out one or two players, then they're telling themselves, okay, you know what, we made a mistake here, we didn't flank well, we didn't watch our angles and all that kind of stuff. But if you're not taking on those fights, when you eventually get into those situations, then you don't know how to handle yourself.
All right. I'm hoping that a lot of these squads do not find themselves in that position where they are playing uncomfortably. Be comfortable even if you're going to try and do something new. Before we get into Sanhok here, Actfire, give me a prediction. We spoke about the phases last game around. Tell me how many kills we're going to be getting for our MVP in this one, and what else? Yeah, tell me how many kills for the MVP, and how many squads are going to have more than 5 kills. Actually, that'll be an interesting
one. MVP 8 kills. We're probably going to have about more than 2 teams get 5 kills, so maybe 3 teams. Yeah.
All right. DK, how are you feeling about this? How many kills? How many kills for the MVP? And also tell us which of these teams that has underperformed on Erangel are you expecting more out of in Sanhok?
Well, I would start off MVP. I'll put on 7 eliminations. The teams with more than, I'll put it on at least 5 teams will have more than 5 eliminations come through. And a team that I want to see really pop off here would be Team Inzimbi, right? We didn't see all too much come from them over on towards Erangel, so I'd really like to see them really showcase their talent stepping out into Sanhok.
I would love to see them as well, making a bit of a come up here. And of course, y'all have made some very exciting predictions. I don't think I can get more exciting than that. So we'll add a +1. Let's make it 8 kills for whoever gets the MVP. And I don't know. I would like to say more teams are going to find themselves getting 5+ kills in this particular situation. However, Lag Esports and Zero Tolerance skills seem to be running away with things right here. And when we get to maps like Sanhok, suddenly I'm looking at squads like G3 and thinking they might be able to pull a fast one on everybody else in the lobby right now. Of course, that is on them. They need to demonstrate that kind of quality in the game itself. And with regards to teams that have been underperforming, I wasn't that hype on EXO from what we saw in the opening map, but I've liked what I've seen from this team quite a lot coming to this point in the competition. So I'm hoping that they can pick it up. And of course, we're hoping that for teams like 10X Africa and Inzimbi, they need to pick it up right now, because if they don't, this is it. They're done. They're going to be washed, and they will be suffering the indignity of having to regain their place in the Umzansi Esports League through the promotion or relegation qualifiers coming in a couple of weeks. This is their last opportunity for them. For other squads, though, at the top of the card, they might be able to punch their ticket into the next phase of the tournament with a strong performance here on Sanhok. However, they need to make it happen. They need to take their destiny into their own hands. And of course, taking the mic and the hype into their beautiful voices and hands is DK. It is Actfire. It is Sanhok here in the Umzansi Esports League. Take it away, gentlemen. I'll talk to you after the game.
Yeah, it is going to be quite an exciting one to see what is going to be coming through on that ever lovely jungle road. As we see, of course, the players already starting to touch down, and I do believe we are going to be progressing straight in towards that. So an interesting start already coming through here for the team. So now it's just down to kind of seeing what they're going to be bringing out onto the battlefield.
Yeah, definitely right there, DK. As teams are already beginning to get into the map right here, who do you think is going to be stepping it up? Are we going to see the boys from Solo Esports, Zero Tolerance, who are finding themselves up in that top spot within the leaderboard, come in and show their performances again? Or are we going to see, like we saw in the last game, a team like Lag, who's sitting sort of in that central positions, now beginning to get their region? GT Temple is still in the lobby. We know how great a team they are. They have showed season upon season. How good they are, their performances and all of that stuff. But there just seems to be something about them this season that's not really finding that same vibe that they usually have. Do you think it's just the beginning phase within the Umzansi? It's just one of those things, and they'll step it up in the next phase, or this is actually a G3 tempo with less firepower that we're seeing?
No, this is purely just teams trying to get into top 24, right? G3 in the top 24, so they've kind of reached the point they've wanted to in order to qualify for the top 24 to make it through to the next stage. So the main focus for now is looking to see which will be our top 24 teams to progress forward to the next spot, right? That is where the fighting is going to be coming in. The teams above them, they don't have to be too worried unless they are really close to that 24th position. Then, yes, I would be a little bit worried. But sitting in a spot, from 18th position upwards, you're safe. There's no threat that's going to be coming through on towards you. It's, however, a lot more work for the teams sitting down in 25th, 26th, and so on to try and get themselves secured in towards that top 24. So as we've seen already for the players there from Energy and 10X Africa, it's proving to be quite a challenging play. So whatever they need to do, they need to try and bring it all together to succeed in securing themselves a position in the top 24 slots.
Okay. So you think that it's just one of those things. Teams just want to qualify. They're not really too concerned about showing how great they are, or putting in the effort right now. So it's just all about qualification. So some of these guys have we'll just go on and just have their fun, do the barest minimum to get into that top 24 spots, but now begin to give us some extra vibe when they move on to the next phase.
Yeah, it's essentially exactly like a marathon, right? When you run a marathon, you don't give it 100% right out of the gate, because you're not going to make it to the end if you use up all your energy right at the beginning, right? So the teams are pacing themselves. We are seeing an increase in the performances coming through from the teams that we know that are quite capable of making it through not only into the top 24, but also into the top 16. So I'm not too phased by seeing G3 sitting lower down on that leaderboard. All right, they are still in top 24, so there's no need for any major concerns to come through. Like if they were sitting in 32nd place, I'd be worried. I'd be really seriously worried about G3, but they're not, right? They're all the way up in the top 24. So all it is now is up to the remaining teams positioned below to try act it out, step up, and see if they can make it all the way through in towards those semi-finals.
Yeah, definitely. Taking a look at the way things are unfolding right here within this Pineland map. It does look like we still got about 15 teams. It does look like we're going to see a lot of action towards that late point within the map. Every team just rotating, trying as much as possible to get into the zone. Taking a look at the way things are unfolding, DK, you think we're going to have a lot of late fights, a lot of teams going out quite quickly, because a large portion of this map is currently situated around that water just not off Cow right there. So it does look like we're going to take action. But right now, we do see the boys from YT and Lag Esports already getting into it. Lag Esports continuing on their flow that they had in the previous game. And right here, getting a couple of kills for themselves. So they continue with that dominance, DK.
Yep, they are trying to continue with that dominance. But speaking about dominance, we see the players there from Black Clover dominating the waterways as they are coming through with a bit of a rotation alongside that western coast. Going to be looking to pull up in towards the north. And that's a really good repositioning coming through from them. They're evading so much conflict, pulling off a move like that. But now again, right, it comes to those congestion points. We do see a little bit of that congestion right here up in towards boot camp with the players from G3 as well as from Mars. And then we also have the players from YT Gaming positioned just over on towards the eastern side. But as I was talking about the players from Black Clover, they now actually pulling up alongside one of the players for the side of 10X. So there could be a few surprise performances coming through on that end. But I'm now mainly looking at how the teams are going to be rotating through into this next phase. As we can see, of course, Blue Zone is starting to close on up. And looking at where that zone had started off towards the north, it is, already a little bit of a reduced playable area with the waterways, as you've pointed out. So this is where positioning is going to be absolutely crucial and essential for these looking to end on a strong note right here on Sanhok.
Yeah, definitely. All right, we do see the boys Mars right here, not too far away from several different teams, sitting at a very tough position. Taking a look at Flacco and the boys at any particular point in time, six God Flacco could take out the boys from Mars. And the way things are currently positioned, Mars doesn't want to get into this position because they're already sitting down within that sweet spot of relegation. They're currently sitting down in the 26 spots coming into this game, and they want as much as possible to get this point. I'm really surprised about the position that Mars is currently sitting out in because they're one of those teams that I've watched them for quite a while. I do think that they do have the firepower and the play style to stay within the Umzansi, but you already see them get one knock right there as they do take down one of the boys right there. But I actually did think that it was going to be Flacco's boys getting themselves one knock right there, considering the position that they had. But somehow maybe Aimless was able to give you know Turbo and Unknown a bit of information coming up on that hill.
Well, I mean, only time will tell how this will exactly pan out for them. But a good start, definitely coming through for the side here from Mars, as they've been able to find their hits on towards G3 Temper. But I don't think G3 is going to be too phased by being one player down. They can still do quite a bit with even just 3 players left in this game. So now it all comes down to what the squad here from Mars can actually bring to the table as they do step up. You can see Unknown fighting that hit on towards Buden. Up comes the confirmation there from Zegod, but now is the rush, right? They're going to be pushing straight on forward, looking to see if they can close it up, and this is an absolutely essential engagement for Mars. As we know, they're trying to get themselves back into that top 24, starting the day off in 26th position. So close to it. There's not a lot of point difference coming in. Only 5 points at the start of the day, and already we did see a few points getting acquired along the way as they made their way through Erangel. But now, to solidify that even more, also, they have to keep up the aggression. 2 eliminations is not going to be enough. They need to find everything and anything that they can muster at this point in time. And if that means they should go through the players here from G3, then so be it. As you can see, Flacco now also getting traded right on down, and all turns down to poor old Six God, trying to now just find a little bit of a safe haven to remain in, at least for the time being.
All right, so Mars doing exactly what we did talk about in the beginning of the game. A lot of teams who are finding themselves in that relegation spot, just going all out, going to be aggressive, and even if they're gonna get taken out of the Mzansi going out with a bag, you can see them getting some knocks right there as they do take out some players from GT Temper, and this is exactly what they do need for their confidence. Hopefully this will be able to sort of like give them the confidence to finish off the rest of the games that they have in with a bank. You can see Aimless not too far away from the boys from YT, and he might be able to take out a couple of players right there, and that does wonders for them. They may even be able to get a lot of points to boost themselves out of that relegation spot.
Yep, there's definitely a possibility for that to come on through. But now, as we look on towards the players here from Black Clover, we know that they've been having a little bit of a tough run. We know over on towards Erangel, things were a little bit less than favorable for them. So maybe Sanhok could be the map in which we see them really rising to the occasion, right? Because we know over on Erangel, they only picked up 2 points. So a grand total of 48 points on the overall standings. So they've started the day out in 29th place, and there's so much further that they can look to go. There's quite a bit of a challenge for them to not only catch up, but also to try and surpass the teams ahead of them. So coming in with a little bit more of a cautious approach, at least in the second phase, is understandable, but they need to try and focus their efforts on finding strong placement points, but also a heap ton of eliminations along the way if they are looking to get themselves out of that relegation position. So that's going to take a lot of focus. And of course, we can see the players there from Mars. They've come into this match with, they've decided that this is going to be the match in which they're just going to start popping off, as we can see the eliminations coming through one after the other. With that, also, they then eliminate the players there from YT. So a beautiful play coming in from Mars. But also, we did see the players there from Zero Tolerance also now starting to take a bit of an engagement with the players there from Raptor Esports. And now we jump straight into the hot seat, as we can see Gorilla and Co now just trying to play on the bottom end of this raid. Skydo, our cracked player, right up on the top side there, just trying to quickly patch up that health bar before continuing on with these engagements. But a very isolated position coming through here from Raptors.
Man, obviously, Skydo and his boys right here might be able to get a couple of kills, and Skydo, who himself single-handedly got 7 kills for his team, had a lot of points in the last game, coming up against the boys from Raptors, and Rap currently, are one of those teams, who, I mean, they aren't in any danger themselves. They're sitting in a quite comfortable position. So these two teams can just go all out, try as much as possible to just play the game. But already you're seeing the boys from Zero Tolerance getting a knock onto Gorilla right there. And this is exactly what they do. Throughout the entire season, they've been very aggressive. And right now it's all down to getting those kills. But Shiva taking down Skydo, our MVP of the game, obviously a huge setback for the boys from Zero Tolerance in this particular push. They had gotten a knock onto one of the boys from Raptors, but the return fire coming their way. Now the boys from Zero Tolerance have got to figure out how to get those revives on Paradox. Sort of like watching the boys from Raptors, trying to keep them at bay from making the push onto that location where Vortex is currently at. You can see two teams are probably in a very, very, sticky situation right there, as Vortex might not be able to come into that play. The Boston Raptors are currently looking to make that push. As you can see, Zambi getting another knock right there, and the Raptors looking like they're going to take out the boys from Zero Tolerance. Mendicate, do you think they still have some fights in them, the boys from Zero Tolerance?
Well, they definitely do, but Raptors, they've tasted blood. They now going to come rushing on forward, taking down Paradox in the exchange. Shiva and Gorilla now up for it. There's going to be Zampi as well now, just on the back end, trying to patch up that health bar before getting into any more engagements. Raptor really looking quite great here as they step on forward, sends out the nades. It is a little bit of damage being found now on towards Lord. But look at that, the spray's coming through. Shiva now starting to mount the aggression, coming right up alongside to meet them. You can see Vortex not looking too fantastic. But let's see, Raptor, they look like they've got this one in the bag. Going up against only one remaining hopeful. And with that, it is going to be the players from Zero Tolerance to now get eliminated. Our team that took the dub over on Erangel, now getting sent out in 14th position. That is the beauty of these battle royales. You might have one absolutely phenomenal game, and that's sent early on, we just saw. But again, right, Raptors, they need to keep that focus on now, just get themselves resituated back in towards the zone. But I'm also now quite curious to see what's going to come through from the side of Energy, as we have Energy pushing up from that southern approach as well.
Man, I definitely did not expect to see the boys from Raptors, especially seeing that they didn't have, the heel advantage coming up against the boys from Zero Tolerance. I did think that Zero Tolerance was going to be taking that one out, but definitely you can't hold anything back against them. They used their mollies quite well. They took down a couple of guys with the grenades and they made their push at the exact time that they needed to. But coming in right now, we do see the boys Mars, who have been absolutely outstanding throughout this game in Sanhok right here. They've got themselves 5 kills. Now coming against the boys from Raptors, they obviously were hearing the shots and looking to see if they could third party, and that's exactly what they're doing right here. As they've taken out Gorilla, they have got to decide on what to do. But they have one player who's currently down as well on their side, so they got to be careful. You can see Zambi already making that rotation right there. Victor, down to 1 HP. Ah, man, it's crazy.
Yeah, it is. But of course, the players here from Mars, they've had a lot of time to really think through their strategies. As they've been traveling quite a long way to make it all the way to here to participate. And now we can see Aimless and the rest of the team trying to push up. Aimless, of course, getting taken right on down. So this is where it becomes a really challenging position, a really difficult play to make, as we've got Raptors, we've got Energy, and of course from Mars, all fighting for control of the southern position. Beautiful spray coming through there from Turbo, right on towards Shiva. But could this be the clutch? We got Victor now trying to push in as well. Already 6 eliminations locked in for from Mars. And up comes the rush to the push. Is it going to be Victor? Yes, Victor finds the shot right down on towards the players from Mars. And now Unknown is the lone survivor. Left to try and see if they can get themselves out of this uncomfortable position with Gorilla and Victor just up ahead. This would be the opportunity now for Unknown to get the heck out of there and reposition themselves much closer towards the zone, as we do see that next shift coming through, centering up beautifully on the players there from a Royal. So they're in an absolutely gorgeous position, but still quite a bit of fighting is going to come through on the southern edge.
Oh, definitely. The boys from Mars, things just changing quite quickly as they were going up against the boys from Raptors, and they lose 3 players right here. So Unknown has got to find a way to still survive within this particular game if he will be looking to grab himself some extra placement points that they do very well need in this particular game. You can see him right now. The nades are coming in from the boys from Raptors as Gorilla is just trying to find that position and see if he can take out the last guy from Mars. But they got to be careful because, they got the boys from Real Demo X as well on their tail. So it's very curious to see how this one does play out for all the teams. The boys from Raptors have lost 1 player, Shiva, right there, getting sent back into the lobby, and they're just currently leaving that location. That may be a blessing in disguise for that last player from Mars, as he may be able to go all the way into getting those placement points that they do very well need. But just like we said, he did make the move, and Gorilla was ready to make them pay.
Yeah, those guerrilla tactics really coming through here. So Raptor benefiting off the back of that. But now, right, it is the next opportunity for the teams to get themselves resituated. Raptor now moving through Paradise. We can see quite a few teams positioned up ahead. But another point of interest we have is Solo and the players there from Inzimbi taking a bit of an engagement over on towards that western edge of the zone. So I'm expecting that to turn into a little bit of a heated debate as both these teams are trying to get themselves resituating it towards the zone. But for the time being, the zone is relatively quiet. We see a lot of teams now just playing edge, trying to see if they can maybe look in towards the zone. But up north, that's a completely different situation as well. As we got the players from Fear, we got Black Clover, we've got Your Killer Is, all situated in very close proximity to each other. So again, several points of contention coming through as the teams now start making their way up in towards this next phase. And this is where positioning is going to be absolutely essential for these teams once again. But look at the sprays though, as Zampi finds a quick little angle on towards Zero, but lands 0 of those hits. It was just a little bit of a precursor as to what we could expect to see from Raptor as they progress through this game.
Yeah, definitely. They've gotten themselves 8 kills so far. Just given, I would like to see how they do come up against, the team like Esports. Even though they've lost 1 player, I'll be curious to see, how what they do right there. But Your Killer is already beating them to that particular one, as they do take down one of the players from Lag Esports, as we do see on the kill field. There's so much action going down at several different corners. We do see the boys from Fear Esports somehow trying as much as possible to stay within this game. They got the boys from BC, Atlas, and Vibe not too far away from the location, and it is just a really tough one as all these teams, we're already in zone 5. We've still got about 9 teams, so it's a very, very, very sticky situation for a lot of these teams who will now be looking to rotate within that zone. If you're just taking a look at this region, these three boys from BC, as you can see right there, King getting a knock right there onto Vibe, can now turn his direction onto Atlas, but there is obviously some cover right there that Atlas is using to evade those shots coming in from King. As you can see, with that push, is looking to get that knock, get an extra kill for himself, and take out the boys from BC. But he's got to be careful because there's so many different teams around him. There's the boys from Yokida East as well that he's got to contend with, and the boys from Yokida East do steal that particular knock coming in from King. So he's got to somehow find a way to stay within this game as he is making those rotations. And my goodness, DK, it is action every single place. It's like you're moving from one to the next, to the next, to the next. Just super crazy.
I mean, it's going to be super challenging indeed, as we still have 8 teams left, 24 players trying to get themselves back in it towards the zone. But I'm a little bit worried about the teams up north, right? Blue Zone has scored up with them, as we can see King now getting taken down by the blue. The sprays coming through here from Zampi once again on towards Cacao. Zero and the rest of the players there from Lag, just on the very edge, not yet finding themselves a good secure entry point in towards the zone. And this is the 5th phase, right? 6th phase is about to be upon us, and that blue zone is not going to be friendly to anybody, as the teams will experience that firsthand as they now continue to push further and further ahead. Royal Demo X finding a few trades, and that as we now look on towards Raptor here. Gorilla is going to be trying to play it on the edge, looking to see if they can find a bit of a vantage point to play. So many options, so many choices to make, but still they need to try and prioritize getting themselves situated back in towards the zone. Energy, on the other hand, looking absolutely beautiful. 2-2 split coming in. We've got Clutch and his teammate there, I think that's Buxy, positioned all the way over towards the western side, with the rest of the squad situated a little bit further down towards that eastern edge. But now, Victor and the Raptors are going to be looking to see if they can find a good entry point. It is going to be Aimbot now just lying in wait here, looking to see if anyone's going to dare venture up alongside them. Solo also just up ahead, so this could be quite the capitalization now coming through here from Energy.
This is exactly what Energy needs. They've gotten themselves into, that spot. They've gotten themselves another elimination. They've taken out the boys. They're pushing on to the boys from Solo Esports, who were at some point sitting down at the top of the leaderboard. Remember before this game, we stated that, the guys from, who were sitting down at that bottom spot, they've got to go against, these guys. They know how to fight. They know how to get the kills. So this is definitely going to do wonders for their, confidence, and that's exactly what's happening right here. You can see Clutch, Aimbot, and the rest of the players, coming up against, teams like Raptors right there. But the boys from Raptors have been absolutely outstanding throughout this game. But now they've gotten themselves eliminated. They're coming up against the boys from Energy. Energy also, they player Aimbots right now. There's Poseidon, who's not too far away from them, and it's just a wonderful, wonderful time for the boys from Energy. As you can see, they're getting themselves a lot more eliminations, getting themselves a lot more kills as they do take out several different players in the lobby. So for me, this is wonderful to see. It's a great time. Energy, you go, you keep getting the kills, you keep getting the points, and DK, what do you think about this?
I do think Energy is definitely starting to surge here. As we can see, they have the controlling position, the dominating position coming in towards this next phase. They've got 7 eliminations to their name, 3 players still up, going up against the 2 remaining hopefuls there from Solo. But let's see whether or not Playboy and Boy will be able to bring in any disruptions, as Energy now starting to just scan the zone. Got a pretty good idea as to where the players there from the side of Solo could be situated, as we see Team Inzimbi now also getting absolutely demolished by that blue zone. And with that, our final two teams now looking to kind of duke it out, looking to see who will be the one to lock in that winner chicken dinner. But this is going to be of the utmost importance for Energy, right? If they want to get themselves much further up that leaderboard, they have to bring in that winner chicken dinner. As we can see, Clutch now, comes in with a little bit of sneaky peek there, finds a beautiful trade. Playboy now getting taken down. Up comes the head on towards Clutch. It's going to be Buxy to come forward, and with that lock in the winner chicken dinner. What a way for Energy now to just surge their way back up the overall standings.
Okay. Lovely stuff coming in from Energy. My goodness. I definitely would not have predicted this. Seeing the boys from Energy come in and take that winner chicken dinner. But we talked about this early on. They've just got to take the risk. They've just got to change things up, and that's exactly what we saw them doing. We saw the boys from Mars do sort of like the same thing, be a lot more bold in this particular game. And yeah, that was great.
It was great indeed as Energy finally get themselves a winner chicken dinner. A ton of points to boot with 9 eliminations in the bag as well. So that's 24 points, really helping them out of the position they were in. And this will allow them to demonstrate some of the quality that we knew this team had in the back pocket. Coming out of this one, it was the same amount of chaos that we've often come to expect on Sanhok. It wasn't let's be honest, DK, this wasn't the cleanest map in the world.
No.
If all of these teams are going to watch back this replay, I don't think any particular team is going to be extremely happy about things. But sometimes when you are a team that's in a bit of an awkward position in the leaderboard, you need the map and the lobby to be as scrappy as humanly possible. I think that's a reason why Energy and Nzimbi find themselves occupying the top 5 here in this matchup.
I mean, what a great play this was for Energy, right? I mean, this was the top 24 performance for Energy.
Yep.
This was a play to just catapult them into such a good standing, and I'm really excited to see this kind of performance coming through from the players there of Energy, seeing that they were situated way down on that leaderboard, and now having such a beautiful blessing coming through on Sanhok. I mean, I do believe that they are smiling from ear to ear, bringing in such a beautiful play. But, I mean, even Team Nzimbi stepping it up, holding their own all the way through, trying to be as formidable of a force as they could manage here. Such a great performance to see.
Absolutely. Actfire, talk to me about how they managed to win this one out from Energy. Obviously, on Erangel, we saw that Team Lag, who got that WWCD. They were playing with a massive aggression from the front foot, literally going around and looking for engagements where they could find them. So talk to us. What was the strategy, do you think, session like for Energy coming into this map, and what did they do to allow themselves to get this dub?
I think one of the things that I saw from them was, getting themselves into the zone quite early. They had a good position. There were several different teams who were rotating around them that they were taking out. Another thing was that they were a bit more aggressive. It did look like, maybe one of them was listening to, our talk during the break, and, just sort of like decided to change things up, not focus really too much on, trying to get the placement points, rather, just take on teams. And by the time they were coming up against like guys like Solo Esports and taking those guys out, you could see in their body language there was a bit of extra boost in their confidence, and that actually did help them in those final moments. And yeah, great stuff.
Yeah, really great stuff, honestly, from Energy. DK, something that I've been noticing this particular week, the change up from the update that we've of course enjoyed in the last week of action. We used to see a lot that some of the teams that would get themselves, for example, Actfire was mentioning it now, you get yourself early into the zone, we'd see somebody shell down, anchor into a building, and just try to make sure you maintain as many of your corner peaks as humanly possible. That has not been the case after the update, right? It seems to be the case that getting into the zone is necessary, but you can't stay in one particular position. You have to use that zone control to go and find as many pickoffs as humanly possible, or to be involved in as many third-party situations as humanly possible. Will that trend continue as we look at who the MVP was today? Before we answer that question, hold on. Remember, we had a prediction. Let's see who was closest. Damn it! All right, y'all got me. Zampi got this one. 7 elims for esports. But talk to me about the development of this meta, DK, because we're almost seeing it happen in real time here in the Umzansi Esports League.
I mean, it's the dynamic shift that's coming through, right? Teams really trying to find the next best thing. They're trying to find the kind of approach that is going to be a little bit more along their playing style, and we can see a bit of coming team moving in, but they're staying mobile, right? If you are positioned in a position for too long, that is where it starts to bite back. And you see teams, really starting to explore the options there. They actually find you out, and with that, you get sent back a little bit earlier on than you were initially anticipating.
You know what's interesting about this Fire is that I had anticipated that this kind of change might happen, but mostly it would happen off the back of as many teams as humanly possible, even if it's just one, having an AMR and basically preventing you from having that anchored, bunkered down position. Because when you're playing against the AMR, suddenly when you're in that position, you're just giving yourself up as an easy pickoff to the opposing sides. Interestingly enough, this massive movement and this more mobile style of play has happened even though we haven't really seen any of these squads that much adopt the AMR or the sniper plays in general. Yes, but I have a feeling that even if teams got that as their very first loot drop, it wouldn't be the primary way they're going to be approaching these engagements to try and extend the range of these fights.
Yeah, these teams love their ARs. They love their M4s, their AKMs. They love to get into that quick pace fight. But yeah, it's been a different play style for a lot of these teams, especially in a map like Sanhok. They want as much as possible to take down their opponents as quick as possible. Maybe we will see that play style change in a map like Miramar, where teams can fight at a distance, maybe get one knock with a sniper and then begin to make that push.
Miramar certainly is going to be answering many of the questions about the direction of the meta overall and whether or not this is a flash in the pan moment or if these teams are fully committed to playing in this style. We saw that yesterday that the teams were fully committed to playing this more considered, slow, lumbering style. So we still need to see if that's going to be carrying over into the second day of this 5th week of the Umzansi Esports League. Of course, for now, we get to see what the rewards these teams have claimed from Sanhok. Energy at the very top here, getting the 15 placement points, 9 elims, and walking away with 24 total points. Solo Esports coming up right behind them, 19 in total, and Raptor Esports will round out our podium, finishing with 15 points. However, DK, the teams that certainly needed to do well and have managed to do so, Zimbi, Royal Demo X from Mars. This is not going to be necessarily the performance that gets them into the top 24 in the same way that Energy have been able to accomplish, but the stepping stone that you need going into Miramar, which is extremely team dependent. So we've been talking a lot today about mentality, team cohesion. Having a performance like this on Sanhok can lead into you having that better kind of performance once Miramar rolls around.
Yeah, that definitely could be quite a thing to try and capitalize on and build up that momentum. But what I also want to point out is there's 5 teams with more than 5 eliminations. I don't want to brag or anything, but called it. But yeah, I mean, definitely a beautiful performance coming through from Energy. Like that was the kind of performance we need to see from the team sitting down below that 24th slot, right? That is what we want to have. And we know Team Zimbi coming into today, they were sitting in 24th position, but the performance that they brought out onto the field now, bringing in those 12 points, that could be a performance that just helps them to solidify their slot over in towards the top 24. But I definitely do believe that Energy has now been able to catapult themselves in towards that top 24. That's just based on the math that I'm doing, and don't necessarily trust my math, but it's there because they started off today with 38 points. They've now added on 24 points to that, so that could potentially maybe be enough for top 24. But to just be 100% sure, they need to replicate this performance coming through onto Miramar as well.
Yeah, especially given the fact that they're not playing against just themselves or only one other opponent. They still need to be cognizant that there's a lot of other squads that could also suddenly pull up a performance like they managed on Sanhok. Position here at the top of this leaderboard for the second map is not a secured, guaranteed position going into Miramar. They certainly need to do exactly this and or even more just to be completely feeling safe about their prospects going forward. Of course, these are not the only teams that we need to talk about. We need to talk about the teams that didn't necessarily do so well. Some of the teams at the very bottom of the first page found themselves getting there off the basis of eliminations. But Fire, this is happening yet again. The second map in a row where the difference between the top teams and the bottom ones is drastic to the degree where these teams here at the bottom practically got nothing out of their showing. And not only that, teams like 10X, G3 Temper, EXO Redefined yet again, and Black Clover have practically got nothing out of 2 consecutive back-to-back maps.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of these teams need to go back into the drawing board and try to figure out, what they could do a bit differently. But for teams like 10X, Black Clover, who are sitting, down on the bottom of that leaderboard, definitely can give themselves, some consolation and take, a bit of, I'm looking for the exact word here, but take something from the play style that Energy brought into the game. They were probably sitting down with the same amount of points, right, going into that Sanhok game, and they could see Energy just switch things up a little bit right there and just get themselves that winner chicken dinner. So they could obviously take a bit from their playbook and go into the next game and just try as much as possible to just go crazy. They could give themselves a pat in the back and say, you know what, we can actually do this. If Energy can, then obviously we can do the same. They've been having bad games as well. So if we can sort of like find a way to just boost that confidence back, then we can get ourselves out of the mess that we're in. It's still unlikely for a lot of these teams, but if they can find that rhythm, then they can do the same thing that Energy did.
Energy, of course, coming out with a pretty blistering performance on Sanhok. Miramar, very different beast, a much more deliberate, cerebral type of playstyle there. So if you want to get going with immediate aggression, not only is it not always viable, it's not always possible on that map. So it feels like the first couple of minutes, the drop locations will determine quite a bit about where these teams can progress within the map itself. Before we get into it, we already spoke about some of these teams that did better. They were underperforming, but did a lot better now. I'm looking to see that Nzimbi Energy managed to replicate the performance coming in from Sanhok. Although, going into this third and deciding map on Miramar DK, this has always favored the teams that have already been doing well. But as it stands right now, the teams that have already been doing well, Zero Tolerance Skills, Raptor Esports, for example, they don't need to do well. We did see Sky do pop off earlier today, and he looked very good, getting a bunch of kills for his squad. But you could tell that he was the only one fully motivated to do so. They don't feel like they necessarily have that much degree of care and regard for these matches because they don't have to. They've already done enough of their work to guarantee themselves at least into the next stage so far. Going into the third and deciding map of Miramar, though, we've seen, of course, today, underdog squads come up, be able to grab the game by the teeth and figure out a way to get themselves those points. Are there any squads that you're looking towards now here? This is your final prediction for today. Who else might be joining the likes of an Energy, the likes of an Nzimbi, and actually elevating the performance relative to what we've seen from them today?
EXO Redefined, right? That would be the team that I'm going to be looking to see an improvement from coming in towards Miramar, right? They've had a little bit of a tough day so far. We saw the first match, second match, not really having the greatest run, but third match, third time around, that could be the charm. So let's hope and see whether or not EXO Redefined can actually step up to the challenge coming into this final match, which is over on towards Miramar.
I was calling out for EXO Redefined in Sanhok, so I'm not going to curse them twice in a row. Actfire, for you, what I'm going to ask you here is about a green team. Yesterday, we saw Slime 4KT, a phenomenal squad, which literally has international acclaim, really failed to make a dent in the Umzansi Esports League. Another one of their contemporaries in a green squad is G3 Temper, who's also really struggling to make their mark as well. If they don't do it right here, right now, they're not in the bottom just yet, but it looks very likely that they'll be fighting until the last day just to stay in the tournament. What can we expect from them coming into this one, especially given the lofty ambitions we had from them before everything started? Do we expect better on this third and deciding map of Miramar, or should we prepare ourselves to see them in the Nkosi scrap?
I'm not really sure, but I think definitely they'll be telling themselves that they got to put themselves in a very safe spot, right? So that they're not, trying as much as possible to, get themselves out of a mess in that final week. So for me, yeah, we may be seeing better performance from them in this particular one, just getting themselves a couple more points. But I don't think they're in any danger if they can get themselves about 10 points, maybe some placement points as well as maybe 5 eliminations and above. I think they'll be fine.
All right, prediction from you. I already got DK to nail his colors to a mask for a team that we expect to do well. So do the same. Who do you think is going to... Actually, I'll ask you the dual question. Which squad are we expecting to do a lot better? And which of these squads are we expecting to underperform a little bit coming into Miramar?
I think that we're going to probably see Mars come in and try to perform a lot more, a lot better. Um, for a team that will underperform, I'm not really sure. I mean, I can't really say. I can't really say about a team that will underperform. But I did see some glimpses of good performances coming in from Mars and RDX. So I'm thinking that those two teams might, not be done showing what they're capable of.
We like to hear it, and I like to hear the wisdom from Akfire. He's now been on the mic long enough to recognize the power of his words. He's like, if I curse this team, things might just go south. So shout out to you for not falling for the bait. And I'm pretty sure that there's a lot of teams right now just like, thank God that Akfire didn't say anything. Otherwise, we'd be in a lot of trouble coming into Miramar. Of course, this has been the map which has often created some destinies here. A lot of the squads, when we look at the top leaderboard at the end of the show, a lot of the squads that you're going to see very highly placed have been squads that have done very well. Specifically, this is where team cohesion, team communication, and most importantly of all, team strategy can have a drastic impact into what your placement is going to be like at the end. Of course, we have to also remember what we saw in Sanhok was quite interesting in terms of how placement points. Normally, we've been seeing a nice balance at the top, but on Sanhok, there's only one team in Energy that had a decent balance. Everyone else was either max placement points or maximum carnage for the eliminations. Personally, I'm hoping that we get a bit more carnage coming into Miramar. I'll be honest, DK, this week has been a bit too serious for me. I like kind of the chaos that often happens in the Umzansi Esports League, but you can almost feel that these players themselves can sense that we are getting to the end of the league run, and now is not the time for games anymore.
Yeah, that's where things get a little bit more dialed in, a little bit more focus and effort being put into the teams trying to get themselves in towards, that next stage, the next phase, moving into the semi-finals. So if you're not happy with the seriousness coming through this week, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I think next week is going to be even more so. So, there's going to be quite a bit of effort coming through from these teams. But speaking about the teams, right, it's going to be do or die coming down on towards Miramar.
Yep, do or die indeed. Miramar is the final map. So let us see how the 5th week of the Umzansi Esports League will end and which teams will be able to elevate themselves out of the relegation scrap into the semi-final contention, and who, of course, is going to be making that push to be top of the leaderboard. We will find out with DK and Actfire. Gentlemen, for the final time tonight, take it away. I'll talk to you after the game.
Thank you so much. And of course, to look at Miramar in all its glory, we did have the flight path starting all the way up in between La Cobreria and Ruins towards that northwestern side, and it headed straight down towards Los Higos. So a very western flight path coming through here, but the zone also is going to be sitting over on towards that western side as well, nearly centered up on towards El Pozo. So this is where the teams will have that opportunity to try and get themselves situated a little bit more on towards the western edge, and we do see a little bit of that contention now boiling over in towards Monte Nuevo, as well as right here in towards Pozo as well, as we've got the players here from Your Killer Is and 10X now going toe-to-toe. But 10X, strangely enough, Tony, only starting off with 3 players to their roster for this game.
Yeah, definitely not really great for a team looking to get themselves out of bad spot within, the current leaderboard. They're currently coming into this game sitting down in the 32nd spots. They'll definitely be looking to grab themselves a couple more points. And they've got to do that now. They've gotten themselves 1 elimination so far coming against the boys from Your Killer Is. And obviously we'll be looking to see if they can take out the rest of the boys from that team right there. So it's a very, very sticky situation they're at right now in the overall leaderboard. They do need a miracle. They need a game like Energy had, or 2 games like Energy had, to pull themselves out of that position that they're currently at. So it's now or never for these guys.
Oh yes, and they got to play this one as best they can manage. You can see Rix now trying to show us if they with a molly in hand. I mean, I would be worried if I was lying with a molly right on top of a fuel can. Fortunately, real world physics don't really apply in PUBG. You can hold a burning flame right next to a jerry can and you won't be sent into several thousand pieces or million pieces for that fact. But again, it's going to be quite an essential engagement here for the players of 10X, right? They got to play this one to their to their highest level that they can manage here. And so far, things are looking relatively decent for them. They've got a nice spread coming through. They've already been able to find that first elimination. And they're going up against the players there from Your Killer Is, who are also then sitting on 3 players apiece. So Rix and Slick keeping a very watchful eye on each other. We got Hasbot just off to the side there. But we are still to see what's going to come through from Anonymous, right? The other player from the side of Your Killer Is, who we can see positioned up on the roof. And that's a great vantage point to be holding.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously. You know, the boys from 10S can definitely take some tricks off the boys from Energy's playbook as they do look to push the boys from Your Killer Is right there. They've got to find, you know, 1 or 2 knocks right there. They're sitting down in a good spot overall. As you can see on the map, they're just around the El Pozo right now. So obviously they don't have to worry about their rotations, but they do have to make sure that they do claim this position for themselves going into the next zone. So we'll be curious to see how they do play this one out and if they do manage to accumulate in this particular one. But taking a look at the zone right now, you can see teams already beginning to make their rotations. There are a couple of teams that we haven't really seen too much of today or too much from today, like G3 Temper. We haven't really seen them come into their reading, but I mean, Miramar is one of the maps that we do know, you know, them to perform in, you know, large esports as well within that center. We do see RDX as well, really close to another team. So yeah, I'll be curious to see how this one actually does go down for a lot more teams right here. So let's see how it goes.
Yeah, of course, up in Monte Nuevo, it is going to be the players from Young Thunder or Whitey Gaming, whichever you want to call them, finding themselves up alongside Royal Demo X. But still, up in towards Pozo, it is going to be Your Killer Is. Now, just trying to snake their way on through, trying to see if they can get themselves into a position to find those angles on the players of 10X. We can see Zlatron now getting shot at there. Fortunately, the shot not really connecting all the way through. But it is going to be still a relatively slow and cautious approach coming in. I would have expected a lot more aggression from Your Killer Is. I mean, they have the position on the overall standings to be able to just go gun-ho and just, you know, go crazy with the plays here. But a lot more of a strategic approach coming through, a lot more calculated. They're not really dialing up the aggression all too much. Instead, looking to see if they can find these vantage points coming through on the players from Tex. But they got to wrap this fight up pretty soon because we can see that zone is closing through as well. And depending on where this next shift could be going, they would either have to reposition or prepare themselves for a beautiful surge or influx of more teams rolling in towards this region. So, yeah, let's see whether or not they can actually wrap up this fight and move on towards the next stage.
Yeah, but you know, these buildings are very, very, very difficult to push in. You know, this is where the snipers become very, very important. I feel like Hasbot is the weak one, considering that he's the one who's sort of in that open spot right there. If Rix can sort of like get some shots into Hasbot, maybe while he's trying to cross the road or makes 1 or 2 mistakes, then that may be an option for him. But all the other players who are within the buildings like Sleek, it may take a sniper to take him down. You can see some shots going into Sleek, but he's able to evade, move into cover quite quickly. And, you know, it's just a very tough one to, you know, make this push. But if Daz and Rix do decide, you know what, they're going to push into that building, going to, you know, take on Sleek, CQC close range, that may be another option for the team 10 from you know, 10X. Well, let's see what decisions they make.
Well, that zone has decided itself, and it has now sent it up beautifully on towards Monte Nuevo. So this is where Royal Demo X and the players there from Whitey Gaming are finding themselves in a very essential position, right? They have to now try and defend that region, as we could see several teams potentially looking to rotate in towards that more centered zone. And fortunately here for the players of Your Killer and 10X, they are still within that zone, but we see a few engagements are coming through over on towards the eastern side as the players from Reaper and Solo now get into a little bit of an exchange. A little bit of a tussle coming through here as they are now just finding themselves a little bit too close for comfort. But the rest of the lobby seems quite relaxed, right? We're not seeing any super aggressive rotations or potential plays being made aside from the engagements that we've got coming through in that feed as well. And the same thing can be said right here for Pozo. Both teams just going to be playing it as cool, calm, and collected as they can manage it. But it is, however, going to be the players there from Solo that have now run out of patience as they dial up the aggression on towards Reaper. And we can see the absolute damage dealt by Solo Esports.
Yeah, obviously Solo Esports is one of those teams, who are currently sitting down in those top spots of the leaderboard. At some point, they were actually in number one spot. Obviously, we'll be telling themselves this is a thing of pride. They finished in second spots. They really do well for themselves. I do believe that the amount of points that they've gathered might actually be enough to probably boost them towards that top three, first, second, or third position. I'm curious to see how the overall leaderboard actually does. Turn out. But yeah, the boys from Solo Esports getting 2 kills right there, taking out the boys from Raptors, who in the last game were absolutely, just bringing in the fire to the lobby. But yeah, Solo Esports doing well for themselves. I do believe that going into this match is between them, Lag, or G3. I do think that those are the teams that, have the firepower to actually win it out. Because, a map like this does tend to show your confidence level, because there's not a lot of teams to be worrying about, especially in the beginning, about when it comes to like, third parties and all that stuff. So you sort of like get the feel that teams who already have their confidence level high do tend to perform better when it comes to like team on team fights, the 4v4s. So yeah, I do believe Lag Esports G3. My money is on Lag Esports G3 or Solo Esports. We'll see if my prediction is right this time around.
Yeah, well, we'll find out. Definitely in due course as the teams continue to make their way on through. We also come to the end of our second phase. The third phase now takes a shift all the way up towards the north, still being inclusive of Monte Nuevo and Pozo. So the 4 teams we see situated between Pozo and Monte Nuevo can now kind of just remain in their current positions, but we do see both the players from YT Gaming and the players there from Royal Demo X starting to just grab a hold of those vehicles a little bit in anticipation of a potential rotation coming through. But we also then have the players there from Zero Tolerance starting to move in from that western edge. And in fact, Energy now losing one of their players to the blue zone as we see them situated all the way to that far eastern edge, right on the very edge of where the safe playable area meets the blue. But for now, it is going to be a mass migration of teams once again. It is going to be Raptors and Fear rotating up alongside each other, with the players here from Solo having a pretty comfortable play to try and get themselves resituated. As you can see, we got Shiva there from Raptors just off in the distance. A little bit of bumper car play here as Solo now tries to play it along this southern edge, looking to see if they can find a good entry point. But if they are opting to rotate straight in towards Monte Nuevo, this is where they're going to be finding themselves in a little bit less than favorable rotation, because we do have 2 teams already occupying that space. And if they try to push beyond that, they could potentially find themselves rotating right in towards Zero Tolerance. Of course, up into Monte Nuevo, here are the 2 teams that I was referring to. It is going to be Royal Demo X and the players there from YT. We have not really seen much come from both these teams up in towards Monte Nuevo.
Yeah. Crazy stuff right now. The boys from RDX and YT right here in Montenegro, like you just said, might be getting into a battle right here. But I don't think much is going to come out of this anyways, because these buildings, like we did explain, are really, really, really hard to push. And it does look like YT is currently just trying as much as possible to just hold it down. But we'll now turn our sights onto the boys from Solo Esports as they're taking on shots onto Mars. It does look like Mars is just getting away from that position, looking to get themselves into that zone, as they now also turn the sights into another team who's rotating around. The boys from Fear Esports Esports, and it does look like the boys from Fear have another plan entirely. They're not running away from this one. They want to get into the fight, but you can see Alternix hopping into his vehicle. He wants to get the kills. He wants to get the knocks. He's trying to make those rotations, trying as much as possible to get another angle that he can begin to take on shots onto the boys from Fear. But it just looked like Fear noticing that, hops into the vehicle, and it's looking to leave that position as well.
Well, unfortunately, Alternix not doing the due diligence required to get themselves into a favorable setup there. Instead, now being the only player outside in the blue, as the players from Mars and Fear have actually now rotated elsewhere. As you can see, both these teams are going toe-to-toe right here on the very edge of the zone. There's going to be quite a few utilities now getting sent back and forth, and 22 King now getting picked up there as Aimless Nade finds a good. It now comes down to Outcast and Tra to see if they can hold up the defensive line. Z-Good and Aimless are going to be coming in with a bit of a swoop. There we go. 2 down, 3 down. And now Fear down to their final, remaining hopeful, not quite sure whether or not Fear is going to be able to get themselves out of this one. As you can see, Swags now just pushing up from that northern side, just managing to get themselves situated up in towards the zone. That vehicle, of course, are getting blown to smithereens as Turbo comes around the corner. Also then taking a few of those third-party hits. And this is where the squad from Zero Tolerance find themselves in such a beautiful setup, just utilizing the high ground positions that they've been able to secure. And now just wreaking absolute havoc down onto the rest of the team situated in front of them. You can see Shivas there from Raptors also going to be looking to find a good entry point, as the zone has now just moved into that hill region between El Pozo and Monte Nuevo. So this is where things are really going to get quite sweaty for these teams, right? There's not a lot of compounds and positions really to play here. That could be working out in their favor. But, however, we do see Fear now getting sent away as the shots connect on up, and the capitalization of those third-party hits are reigning supreme. But now Mars, they need to find a good position to move into, as Frags is currently down for the count. But they have not yet been able to find any decent plays coming through onto Zero Tolerance.
Yeah, definitely. Coming into this game, Mars is one of those teams that we did speak about, might be coming in with some better performances. We did see them in the last game give us a glimpse of, watchable off. And I do believe that they might be looking to continue, what we did see early on in that Sanhok game right here. They do need those extra points. They were currently, before the game started, sitting down in that 26 spot on that overall leaderboard. So be curious to see how they do get themselves out of the sticky situation that they're currently at on that leaderboard. But turning our sights onto the boys from Lag, who were also another team who were absolutely dominant in that first game coming right here. They've got a couple of teams around them. They've got the boys from Energy, and they've also got RDX within the same vicinity, but you can already see one trying as much as possible to take out the boys from both Energy and RDX at the same time. There's also Extra Redefined right here within the same vicinity, so it's a really tough situation for Lag. They've got several teams at different angles. 1-9 has to be conscious about the player from Energy who was on his side, and it's just chaos coming out from every single angle.
But that's what we love to see. And looking at the current positions available in this next zone, I mean, it is absolutely crazy. Still sitting with 13 teams. Not a lot of space to work with, as we are on a zone that is less than a kilometer across. These players are definitely going to be finding themselves in a very, very tight situation very, very soon. But now it is down to what they can do. It is going to be up to the players here from Royal Demo, looking to try and lock in this compound, but it is going to be Lag really looking to upset that, as we got Cacao and now ascending down upon them. Fantasy finding that first hit up in towards Poseidon. It is going to be Cacao on the outside, coming in with a bit of a jump shot. Down goes Kali, and now Neptune will be the final hopeful left here for Royal Demo. But Lag focusing their efforts quickly on getting their numbers back into fighting form. Cacao breaching the building, looking to see if he can find this play on towards Neptune. But Neptune playing a serious game of hide and seek, managing to get a beautiful backstab coming in towards Cacao. But there we go, the clutch is in. And it is going to be Lag to eliminate the players from Royal Demo X. But now the problem comes in for Lag. They need to find a way back in towards this next zone. They've only got a few seconds left on the clock before that blue zone starts moving up once again. And it is, however, going to be 6 phase, right? That blue zone damage is not something you want to deal with unnecessarily. So these rotations are going to be of the utmost importance for them. Team Umzansi also positioned just up ahead, so we could see a few more engagements coming through from these teams. But as we look down on towards the southern side, it is going to be zero tolerance and Whitey Gaming running into a little bit of a problematic performance here.
Yeah, definitely. The boys from Zero Tolerance have the boys from Mars to be conscious about as well. You know, they've got several different teams on their tail. They've got to be conscious about, you know, all of those guys. But they've still got a full squad, so definitely all they've got to do is just try as much as possible to find a way to get into that zone. As you do see right there, the Paradox take another player right there, Black Clover, getting sent back into the lobby. So, DK, you think Zero Tolerance is still going to put in the performance in this particular one? Solo Esports, I just see Playboy, and it does look like he's currently the last player for his team. So it's a very tough one for all of these guys.
Yeah, Solo having a little bit of a tough run indeed, but looking at Team Umzansi, they are looking pretty good though. I mean, yes, they don't have the craziest numbers left, but with that, speaking of, the devil is going to be Wizard to get taken right on down as Team Umzansi run into a bit of a brick wall. It's down to their final hopeful. It is going to be Akil now trying to see if they can maybe bring in any potential gains. Buxy coming up right there alongside them. It is going to be a rush on the rock. Who will get it? Both these teams need the points, but Energy so close to getting themselves into a good secured play. Zero Tolerance now, sending out the utilities on towards Mars. Energy getting eliminated. Up comes the rush. The Skydonor looks to step on up. Our MVP for match number 1 gets knocked right on down. As Zegon comes in with a beautiful headshot spray. Doubles it up on towards Lord, and what great consistency that is coming through from them. Team Umzansi now also getting eliminated, but it is still up towards the players here from Mars to look to see if they can bring it all the way through. Zero Tolerance now being reduced down to only Paradox, and this is going to be quite a troubling play for them now to try and sustain any viable plays.
Man, I knew that we were going to see better performances coming in from Mars, but that was really amazing and right there as they were able to get those knocks. They still got about a full team. They're down to that top 7 teams right here within the lobby, and there are obviously teams like, you know, Solo Esports who just have the one player. As you can see, Solo Esports, that player getting taken out by Mars themselves. So we're now down to that top 6. They've got a couple of teams in their front as well who have, you know, a couple of players who have been eliminated. And this is exactly what Mars does need. They've gotten themselves an edge within that zone to work with as well. And they have the cover of the mountain, you know, to provide them some, you know, cover right there. Yeah, and you can see Frag, you know, with Shiva on top right there. He's got to be careful about that nade.
Boom. That's a smoke. No.
That's a smoke.
Oh, that's a smoke. What?
Oh
I mean, if that was a nade, right? Shiva would have blown frags to smithereens right there. That could have been such a beautiful play, but unfortunately, Frag wasn't even phased by the utility getting sent in his direction. But now I'm looking onto that position coming through here from Your Killer Is and 10X, right? 10X still managing to survive all the way up in towards this late zone, right? Making it all the way in towards the 6th phase. We're about to hop into 7th. We can see Rex now coming through with a bit of a trade, but also then gets traded right on down. And now all the focus turns on towards Daz, looking to see whether or not Daz could dazzle us with a beautiful res on towards Rex. But Lag, look at their position, right? They got 2 players outside of zone. Fantasy position smack dab center zone, but the only thing obstructing all these players is going to be this beautiful piece of unplayable area smack dab center, right? They cannot move to the top of it. So they're already facing quite a challenge here as they've got so much of a reduced playable area. But Mars, liking the spread, Your Killer Is also still kind of sticking together, not really putting too much of a spread in. And like, I can respect that because that way they can focus a lot of their effort as a unit down onto whoever is positioned up ahead of them. But I do think this next zone shift is going to be the determining factor, seeing that we have that big piece of obstruction smack dab center zone. So wherever this next phase goes, oh, it takes a swing to the western side. So this is now going to result in absolute carnage for these teams.
Ooh, absolute bad luck coming down for the boys from Mars. From Shiva right there, you do see that Zgod was just waiting for the opportunity to take out the boys from Lag Esports right there. But at that particular moment, Shiva got a knock onto one of the players from Mars. You'll be curious to see if Aimless can get that revive quite quickly before Lag Esports does push up onto those mountains. But there's also pressure coming in from, other players sending in shots onto that position. I do believe Shiva was also sending in shots the direction of the boys from Lag Esports, and also 10x coming into that mix. This is exactly what the boys 10x needed. As you can see, they're just coming in with better performances. They came into this game with a 3-man squad, but the two guys are just trying as much as possible to do their best. You love to see this. They're beginning to show, the reason why they are in the Umzansi in the Lag Esports, coming in with the firepower, just taking out the boys from Mars right there, reducing them to that very last guy. But other teams are not giving up. They're not backing down. They're still sending them shots the way of the boys from Lag Esports. Shiva is using his position till his very, very last moment as he right now gets taken out by your killer is.
Oh, there we go. Down to our final 4 teams. 10x still in the mix. We can see Frags now playing a beautiful game of hide and seek, just finding a beautiful bit of a crevice there in the rock face, and now just staying out of sight. Of course, it is going to be up to the players here from Your Killer Is and Lag now to come in with the exchanges. We can see Kakao getting traded on down. Your Killer Is up to 2. They're trying to bring themselves back on towards 3 players, but Fantasy and 1-9 are going to be trying to be as much of a formidable force as they can manage. But I'm liking that sneaky play coming through from Rex, just inching their way a little bit further forward. Mars also in a little bit of danger. I mean, Frags has been able to stay hidden for quite some time, but there's only so many options, only so many places for them left to go. As you can see, Slick and the rest of Your Killer is now starting to expand their awareness here, looking to just kind of find whoever else is still situated alongside them. With that, it is going to be the play zone now to just devour Riggs, and with that, it is going to be 10x getting sent away with 6 eliminations to their name. Kakao getting traded down once again, but a quick shot coming on towards Haspot. Anonymous and Slick still in a position where they can look to capitalize on their high ground position, and looking at where the players there from the side of Lag is. I don't see many options really remaining for Lag, right? The zone has now centered up on towards the high ground, and the only option for Lag is going to be trying to find a way to get themselves back into the position here, but they have to try and work their way through Your Killer Is. So fortunately for Lag, a lot of terrain to utilize, sneak around with. Of course, those utilities getting sent out as well, but meanwhile, Your Killer Is has had the opportunity to bring their numbers back in. But Frags also just going to be trying to just survive this one as long as they possibly can. But looking at the options here for Lag, once the zone starts closing up, I'm pretty sure that it is going to be the end of the road. As you can see, there's no real way for them really to get up, unless, of course, they take that sneaky approach that 1-9 is taking now. But up comes Slick, and Your Killer Is starting to be into position. Mars also moving in behind them. It is going to be that first rate coming down on towards 1-9. And now it is up to Fantasy and Kakao to see if they can maybe sneak their way back in towards the zone.
Man, it's a very sticky situation for the boys from Lag right there as they're looking to get themselves into a favorable position. The boys from from Mars, Frag getting taken out right there in 3rd position. We'll talk about them in a minute right there as the boys from Your Killer Is are looking to seal this game through as they go in for the juggler of the last player right there from Lag Esports and get themselves that winner chicken dinner. This is exactly what they needed. Remember, we were talking about them in the previous game, being gatekeepers right there on that leaderboard, needing to get themselves the points to move move themselves away towards a safer spot in the overall leaderboard, and that is exactly what they did. But regardless of them, the true story coming into that final circle is that we saw teams like Mars, we saw teams like 10X, who were looking for better performances, whether they win or lose, coming in with that extra aggression. And I did love what I saw from the players from 10X. They came in with a 3-man squad, but it was a different thing about the way they were moving. Hopefully, going into the next week, we may begin to see that same kind of performance from them.
Absolutely. We saw a lot of interesting performances here at Fire, because your killer is taking away the winner chicken dinner, their first one so far of the 5th season here in the Umzansi Esports League. However, it wasn't just the fact that they took this winner chicken dinner. For me, the interesting part about this game is the squads they were in contention with towards the final zone and the final phase there. We saw Lag Esports involved in the mix yet again, so they're very happy with their placement point tally. But DK, 10X, and then specifically the team that you outlined beforehand, we spoke about EXO, but this Mars squad, they also managed to make this come up and look hella good in this one. Obviously, they weren't able to claim the dub at the very end here, but you could honestly see a lot of these squads. We talked about it many times today. You need to have your last opportunity today to make a final push. Make sure that you get some decent points placement on the board. And indeed, a lot of these squads did that for themselves. I'm not sure who got the match MVP, but which squad impressed you the most, even though YKS ended up taking this W?
I gotta say 10X, right? So they really brought in a strong, substantial performance coming in towards this match, and of course, as we can see, no surprise to see Lag being our MVP there. Kakao just popping off with the 1203 damage being dealt, and a very, very satisfying performance coming through from Lag. But as you were talking about the players there from 10X, the players from Mars, and as of course then the squad there from XO Redefined, we really did see an improvement coming through, with XO finishing all the way in 9th place with 2 eliminations to their name. It's a good start. It builds up that momentum. But of course, the more important performance was 10X. Taking 4th place, walking away with 6 eliminations. That is 14 points locked in right there. Now, all they got to do is just continue on with the momentum.
Absolutely. Actfire, normally when we've seen this team perform well, we spoke about it just before Miramar began, that usually they've done so in a bit more of a cagey manner, just waiting, trying to eke out as many placement points as possible. But as we look at how they've managed to accrue for themselves coming out of Miramar here, they really switched it up, right? You were talking about it, that you want to see them play more on the front foot, play a lot more aggressively, and then being able to accrue the second most amount of eliminations on this map here. It really does show that 10X Africa, either they have a really good coach or maybe they're listening to the broadcast right now.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna say that they probably listened to the broadcast. They probably took like some advice that we had given them, because obviously they did switch things up. It's not just the eliminations that they got. For me, it was something about their body language. They were a 3-man squad and they played better than a 4-man squad. So maybe they should keep coming in as a 3-man squad. Hey, I'm just joking, but still, obviously there was something that was working, for them in this other game, and they began to show, why they are here in the Umzansi. Like I said, every single one of these teams is a champion in their own way, coming all the way into the Umzansi. So lovely gameplay coming from them. We want to see more of that, and hopefully, they can get some more entertaining games going.
Yep, a lot of these squads that we're seeing on this first page, we want to see them reproduce those performances going forward, especially Team Lag, who might not have gotten the winner chicken dinner, but still walk away with the lion's share of the points from Miramar. Of course, there are some of these squads that we really have to talk about here, DK. Solo Esports, they don't have to worry. Their overall leaderboard position is pretty safe right now. The same cannot be said for Black Clover. EXO might have done decently, but G3 did not. Fear, yet another very poor round from them. And the team I really want to talk about, though, is Royal Demo X. After a decent performance on what happened coming into this one that made them look, they were eliminated first, obviously, but even during the engagement they found themselves in, they did not look crisp at all. Where did the momentum that they gained in match 2 go when they got to this third map?
I don't know, but they came in with that strategic delayed rotation, right? Quite the delayed rotation, in fact.
Yep.
And I think that's kind of where the downfall was for them, because they became stagnant in Miramar, right? If you want to perform, you got to move. That's the trend that we've been seeing now, right? The more you move, the higher your chances are of succeeding and performing much, much better. So I do think that was kind of the downfall, is the moment that they got stuck all the way over in towards that Chuma setup position, not really rotating out. I mean, they were sharing that position with the players there from Whitey Gaming. Not quite sure what the aim was, really being so stationary. But definitely would like to see a lot more movement come through from Royal Demo X in their last day of play.
Yep, the mobility meta is what we see developing right now within the Umzansi Esports League. Of course, that meta has rewarded several of these teams, not only with some massive placement points and some elevation in the overall ranking board, but we also have had some of these players do really well in terms of the elimination matchup. We spoke earlier on about some of these teams and how well they do with the eliminations. ZTS, of course, we mentioned it that they didn't necessarily have to pull out a phenomenal performance. However, Axfire, Skydu decided that, you know what, I'm still going to be cracked. I'm still going to make sure I stay at the top of the elimination charts. Look how much he's done. 36 eliminations. But what's crazy, 5,700 damage. What? How is that even possible at this point?
You know, one thing I've noticed about, teams who always find themselves at the top, they've always got like one of these players, one of these players who is totally, absolutely cracked. And Skydo is that player for zero tolerance this season. And he obviously needs no introduction. He's done this over and over again. He's always been that player who, keeps getting these performances. And, it's just great stuff coming in from him, just giving us those highlights and giving us those great, lovely gameplays.
Yep. As it stands right now, he has the most eliminations, the most damage being dealt out, and the third highest average survival time, which, comparing all those stats together, taking them into consideration at the same time, is remarkable coming out of the ZTS man. But what makes it really scary here, DK, is the fact that you have a player that can pull out those kind of performances pretty much at the drop of a hat. Because I think today he went like 6, 4, 5, something like that, got a ton of kills for his team. But ZTS overall didn't even really perform that well. It was only on Erangel at the beginning that we saw them placing quite highly. After that, it felt like he's the only one that actually wanted to play today. Everyone else was just like, hey man, you go enjoy yourself, have fun. We'll see you afterwards. Enjoy your life. That must be so frustrating though for the teams that are right behind him, because they're looking at this kind of potential and being like, man, we need that kind of player. So going into this last week, given that we only have one more opportunity for all of these squads to demonstrate that they belong in the semifinals, is there any other squad right now that can break into those top 5 eliminations and have players as cracked as the players we just saw on that board?
I mean, Sky, something else, right? I mean, I gotta believe that they are cooking up something special in Mauritius. That's why Skydo is performing the way he is, right? But I mean, I'm really surprised to see that kind of performance come through from Zero Tolerance in general, because they've already been able to secure themselves a really good, substantial position on the overall rankings. So there's no real major need for them to keep on performing crazy, right? They've already done it. So they've already secured their slot in the top 24. So they can afford to sit back and, just play some good PUBG, just entertain themselves and have fun while doing that. But a team that I'm definitely going to be looking forward to see what their kind of progression is moving into that final week is going to be the team from 10X. They've showed great potential in this last match. Team is within the realm of capability for them. They just need to come to that realization and then apply that coming into the final 3 matches that they're going to be playing.
Absolutely. So we will be hoping to see some of those squads who have lower potential or high potential but low results. They need to match their potential, and the teams that have raised the ceiling want to see them keep playing at the elevated level that we've seen from them. Of course, with the end now of Miramar, that will wrap up the show for us here from the Umzansi Esports League. The 5th season is heating up day by day, second by second. So you need to make sure that you do not miss anything that happens here. The easiest way to make sure that you are as attuned to what we're doing here is to be following at Nodwin Gaming Africa on all the social pages. And of course, please go and give some love towards at Actfire and towards DKZA_gaming. Let them know how much you enjoyed their casting, and let them know how much you enjoy their involvement here in the greatest showcase of African esports. Of course, we will also be seeing you next week, Tuesday, right here, same time, same place as usual, to continue with the 6th week of the Umzansi Esports League, getting closer towards championship weekend. You do not want to miss any of it. So we'll see you here yet again for the 5th season of the Umzansi Esports League. My name is Snare. This has been the entire crew. We'll see you next time. Goodbye. We love you. And please join us for some more African esports action.